Hello? Hi, Bill. Hello?
Hey Sharon, how are you?
Something weird is going on here.
Oh, like a weird echo kind of.
Hi, Bill.
Hi, can you hear me? Hey, how are you?
Something weird is going on here.
Like a weird echo kind of.
Hi, Bill.
Hi, can you hear me?
Something weird is going on.
Weird echo kind of.
Hi, Bill.
Hi, can you hear me?
Something weird is going on.
Weird echo kind of. Hi, can you hear me?
Close out, come back on. Or... Close out, come back on.
Claire, nice to have you.
Yes. On my way home, I talked to the workers. I said, listen, I need this done.
I need power. Get your butts in gear.
Yes. And guess what? At 11:45, the power came back on.
Oh, nice.
You know, yeah, well, you know.
So you're in Athens, John, huh? Nice.
Don't say anything until the beginning of the meeting, please.
Okay, all right.
I'm going to see how many people know what this is.
I know exactly where that is.
Yeah, so do I. And when I first saw it in architecture school, it did change my thinking about architecture.
Yeah, and you know what those are called too, don't you? Yeah, all right. All right. Oh, my lips are sealed.
Not enough, but
Yeah.
that's okay.
Years of pollution. Look at what it's done to it, though, too. The faces have just washed away almost.
Well, what you are not recognizing is that the British stole the originals and put them in a museum in London.
Oh, I did not.
These are reproductions.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, okay, so I'm waiting for you guys to start having interesting architecture.
I know. I got this behind me, the parking.
Yeah, automobiles and from the city of Santa Barbara. I think that you did a nice job on that.
Yeah, I had those imported. Not stolen by the British either.
Okay,
At least you don't have a parklet in front of your house, in front of your business.
I know.
and maybe no one's gonna have a parklet.
I know. I've been kind of liking being able to park without getting tickets. That's all I can say.
Okay, minute and a half.
Dave, thanks for your patience with all the additions and everything. Appreciate it.
You're muted, Dave, in case you're talking.
Yeah, I'm having a little issue with the Zoom here.
Well, we can see you and we can hear you.
I know, I just have this extra screen. Back to meeting. I'm gonna quit and come back in.
Okay. Which means the entire meeting waits, but that's good. Let's get
Oh
it
no,
done right.
I can work around this, I guess. I don't know where the,
David, if you want to do it, these items should not take too long. Let's get it cleaned up now, if you want.
I could also do it for you, Dave, if you have trouble.
yeah, I don't know what's going on here. This other.
Whoops. Oh,
So David, did you want to stay on or did you want to knock off?
No,
Okay.
I need, if Sharon can let me share my screen. I think
Okay.
I can work around it and then I'll fix it after the consent.
Elida, it's probably better that you turn off your screen. We're only permitted to have a total of 3 members during consent. You're on mute, but if you could turn your screen off, and that way anyone reviewing this will not think that you're participating, please. Thank you. Not yet.
I'm still not able to share my screen.
Elida, can you hear me? Turn off your video, please. Your camera. Thank you. We'll get you back on here at 1 o'clock. Thanks for being so prompt.
okay, John. That's a standard thing for. I mean, even if we were in the building meeting, only 3 people can participate in.
With sub quorum
Oh, got it.
for
Got it.
consent.
Yeah, on consent. Yeah, but that's why I mean, I've never heard any that said out loud that only we can't have a quorum at consent.
Right, sub quorum.
Yeah.
No more.
Sharon, I'm still not able to share my screen.
Oh, well, okay, I'll try it again.
Maybe I should just quit and start over because it doesn't seem to be working.
You want me to take us through the consent stuff?
Maybe you should, Bill, and I'll quit and re-enter the meeting.
Sharon, can you send it over to Bill then, please?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Bill, let's see, was any of that? I think that additional information wasn't for the consent. Yeah, okay.
No, it was not. It was
Okay.
for item number 6.
Okay, thanks, Bill.
Okay. I'm still waiting, Sharon, let me know. And okay, got it.
Okay. Bill, are you basically ready here?
I'm ready.
Okay, I'd like to call the Montecito Board of Architectural Review consent calendar portion of the meeting to order. We have a project at 50 Miramar Lane, item C1. It's on for both preliminary and final. Claire, have you had a chance to review this project?
Yes, I did. I reviewed all three of them yesterday.
Well,
Right.
let's do one at a time. Have you reviewed this project, please?
Yes.
Do you have any comments about this project, please?
No.
And Bill, have you had a chance to review this project? It's
have,
on for
yeah.
preliminary and final.
I have had a chance to review it, yes.
And your comments, please.
Comments or question or both? Well, comments, I guess, right?
It's a little bit more informal. If you have questions, please start with that.
Yeah, no, well, is Britt on the line here? Is Britt, no? Anyway, there wasn't enough detail to give final in my mind. I didn't see details for window and door, and it looked like the roof pitch was changing and the siding's changing, so you know, an even a rake detail would be helpful.
Yeah, I thought that the details were missing as well, but I did believe there was enough information for preliminary.
Absolutely.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I didn't see colors as well. I'm just listing these things.
No, all of that, none of that was there.
Claire, are you good with recommending preliminary on this project?
Yes.
Okay. We are permitted to review preliminary drawings on the consent calendar if and only if we ask, is there anybody attending this Zoom conference or call that would like to address the board on item C1, 50 Miramar Avenue, please? Anybody? Okay, seeing none, we will repeat that question at the main meeting, but we're going to recommend that this be approved for preliminary and return on consent for final. Correct, everybody?
Yes.
Yep. Sounds
Okay, good. Item C2, 1639 Fernald Point. We are on for preliminary and final. Is there anybody here for that project, please?
Yes, Jack Kiesel with Kiesel Design and Yitong Zhang. We're representing the client.
Okay, excellent. Just let me take control of this a little bit, if that's okay. Claire, have you had a chance to review this project, please?
Yes, I have.
And,
I think it's totally acceptable.
okay, so you're ready for both preliminary and final?
There was I'm just trying to find my notes from yesterday. And can we scroll? Bill, can you scroll down? I think there was something missing in the app, and I'm trying to think. Oh, no, okay, keep going. Oh no, I was okay with this. Yeah.
Okay, and Bill, do you have comments, please?
Yeah, again, no details for glass railing or trellis, right? That's all new. There's
And
a
the gate, entry gate.
gate
Yeah.
detail.
Yeah.
So no details.
But would you be okay with granting it preliminary today?
Yes, absolutely.
And Claire, would you be?
Yes.
Okay, and since we're not going to give you both approvals, would either of the applicant's representatives like to speak with us? Or do you understand we're going to give you the big one, preliminary, and then come back probably in 2 weeks and just fill it in with the details? Do you understand that?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, and just to be clear, again, you're not expecting construction level, just
Yes.
More aesthetic type
No.
detailing. Is that?
Oh,
No, the general concept here is we do work on conceptual beauty issues,
Mhm.
but when the drawings pass out of this board, they should go directly to the building department. Those exact drawings should be reviewed, approved, and then end up on the job site. So we want to see everything that you're doing, which are construction level drawings. You're going to have to do them anyway. You might as well get them done now. So that's what we're looking for, like every other applicant.
Gotcha. Just want to be clear on
And
that.
that's consistently at final. We need to see the whole thing.
Yeah, so we're giving you the first step, preliminary. That's by far and away the more important approval. But you need to come in and give us the real, let's get down, let's get dirty, let's bid this project, let's build this project kind of drawings, okay?
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, now, again, we're on for preliminary. We're required to ask, is anybody attending this Zoom call want to address the board on item C2-1639 for Nald Point, please?
John, I didn't receive anything and nobody has their hand raised.
Very good, so I'll close public comment. We will repeat that question again in about 15 minutes or so when we do it during the main meeting, but we're going to recommend preliminary, return on consent for final, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, item C, and you're welcome to stay through that or not, Item C3, 1423 East Mountain Drive. Again, we are on for preliminary and final. Chris, are you here? I thought I saw you.
Yep, I'm here.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Okay, so in order to try to keep things moving, we have 6 minutes left. Claire, did you have a chance to review these drawings?
Yes?
And do you have any comments or questions about it, please?
No, I just really questioned, I think it's at 100, is it 111?
It's 111. Yep.
Yeah, so I just was, I did have, it's not really a question. I went, oh my gosh, this is even over the 10% that we allow. So that's all.
Would you be able to vote for it? We had suggested an FAR study. He did not provide it.
Oh, we did. There is an FAR study.
At
Yep.
the end.
My correction. Thank you, Chris, for
Yep,
speaking
no
up.
problem.
I think it's a separate file, actually.
I bunched them
Yeah,
together.
it
It's at the
is.
end here.
Yeah.
So there it is.
So it's the 5th around it.
Yeah, they're clearly smaller, but they're also clearly larger. And it looks to me like it's not unreasonably larger. That's my
No, yeah.
assessment, but you need to make your own assessment, please.
Yeah, no, that's just, it's just we're so hard and fast of not with some projects and it was.
Are
just
you
a
okay with
question.
this one?
Yeah, I'm okay with this project.
Okay, Bill,
Yes.
have you
yeah,
had a chance to review item C3, 1423 East Mountain Drive, please?
I have, yes. And I want to commend you, Chris, for doing the details. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I thought you did Chris,
Also,
I thought you did a very nice job. Go ahead, Bill, I'm sorry.
2 items. One is I saw that you had dark sky compliant light fixture, which is great. But I've been learning the planning department is wanting more than just it to say dark sky, that it actually has to show that the light source is shielded. So just make a note of that.
Okay.
Somewhere in your notes.
Okay.
And secondly, you did a great job on your balcony here. Just a heads up, your structural engineer hasn't given you the connection there. So
Yep.
Get on Ashley Vance.
Thank
But
you.
Everything else looks great. Thanks for
Yeah,
doing it.
the one, are you sure you want to mount these right flush with the exterior of the building, the windows?
I'm sorry, which detail you're looking at?
Right there.
Yeah, we may tuck that in. Actually, the walls are thicker than that, so we may pull that in.
It looked like they were fairly flush, which I thought was unfortunate for the style. I
Yep.
think it's probably more important to match the existing, so it does not look like a remodel.
Yep, that's it. That's true. You're right. They are flush. That is what we matched. So that's where we were.
Okay, so we have about a minute and a half here. So are there any other, Bill, are you ready to support both preliminary and final?
Yes, I am.
And Claire, yes?
Yes.
And so am I. Again, we're on for preliminary. Is there anybody attending this phone call that would like to address the board on item C3, 1423 East Mountain Drive, please?
John, I don't have anybody, thank you.
Okay, so I'll close public comment. We will repeat that question during consent. We're required by law to do that. Thank you, Chris. We're going to recommend for a preliminary final. Nice job.
Thank you.
Bill, you're
Yes.
doing an excellent job there. Keep it
Yeah,
up.
I'm a little rusty.
Do you want to do the rest of the meeting, Bill?
Yeah, maybe all year.
It's up to you, Dave. If you want to take a breather, I'm happy to do that for you if you want.
That's okay.
Okay.
I can do it, but I do need to, Sharon needs to let me share my screen.
Okay, I'm going to stop mine and let you have it.
Thanks, Dave. Didn't see ya.
It's a team effort here.
Okay. I have not seen Don yet. I've seen Tip, Claire, Bill, Elida, Dave. Is Don, are you on?
Don said he'd be here.
Okay, but not quite yet, huh? Okay. That's okay. Okay, it is 1 o'clock. I'd like to call the August 25th, 2022 Montecito Board of Architectural Review to order. First item on the agenda is public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on an item that's not on our agenda, please?
John, I don't have anybody, thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Second, reconsider the circumstances of the COVID-19 state of emergency. I would like to move to continue to have all remote and have Kimberly fill in the findings. As we all know, COVID is raging right now. Is there a second for that, please?
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion, please? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed, please. Agenda status report. Tip, I know you're out on one of them. Anything else?
Yep, number 4.
I don't have anything, thank you, John.
John, I'm going to recuse myself on item C2.
C2?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, excellent. Anybody else? Anything else? Okay, minutes of the 11th. Does anybody have any comments, please, on these? Anybody?
I didn't have anything.
Okay. I'd like to have the board discuss a little bit item number 1. Comment number 2. On the second line of that, alternatively, investigate methods to reduce decibel level to near zero at the current location. Now, I guess what they're saying, what happens is it says, the first part of that is talk about actually physically moving the equipment. I read this as allowing the equipment to be on the property line if it was moved. That's why I made that comment.
John, what I interpreted was there was a lot of discussion about sound walls or undergrounding and vaulting.
Right.
So it would, I think what I was trying to say is that the sound level would be 0 at the property line based on whatever alternative method they utilize to reduce sound. Sounds like that needs to be, I need to describe that better.
Yeah, I think it's a little vague. As I said, I read it as what you can move it all the way to the property line. You just got to keep it quiet. And I don't think we want to do that. So do you need wording, or do you think you can get that?
I've got
cleaned
it.
up? Okay.
No worries.
Okay, so then the next item, this is the item that William Hefner brought through. This next to the Don Nolte project. So item number 3, increase and enhance landscape screening and density. It says understory. I think it should say canopy and understory. Didn't we want that whole wall of landscaping to be there, not just filling in the bottom? Am I right or am I wrong about that, please?
Well, yeah, I mean, yes, no, you're right about that. I mean, I think what we were saying was we were trying to, I mean, it needs to be almost like a hedge, even though many of it are trees, but we need something underneath. In the landscape plan, there was they didn't, Hefner doesn't, he's not into landscape plans. You know, I mean, there's several projects that I've called out about that he's done, and he just gives you a pretty picture. He doesn't give you the actual landscape plan, and this was the case. So we never even could understand what he was proposing because it was just pictures. It wasn't the actual plan.
Okay, so should we add the word canopy or the words to understory, or should it only be the understory that we're asking them to enhance?
No, we should do both, because I've actually been to the site and there's big gaps in the tree.
Okay, so let's add canopy and understory. That way there's no question about it.
Yeah.
And that's all I have. Is there anybody else that's got anything?
No.
Anybody? I'd like to move to approve the minutes of August 11th as amended.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion, please? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please.
I abstain.
Yes, Tip was out that whole meeting. Okay, Montecito consent consent calendar. We actually have 3 projects. They do require individual motions because they have preliminary associated with them. So item C1, 50 Miramar Avenue. Bill, Claire, and John reviewed these projects, and all 3 of us believe that preliminary is called for but not final because they do not have sufficient details. So what I'd like to do is to call for public comment on 50 Miramar Avenue, please. Anybody want to address the board? Seeing
No,
none.
stay here, thanks.
Thank you. Seeing none, I will move to grant preliminary approval with the applicant to return on consent with full details for 50 Miramar Avenue. Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed, please. Item C2, 1639 Fernald Point Road. Essentially exactly the same comments. Bill, Claire, and John are ready to recommend preliminary but not final because they did not have details at all. So again, it's on for preliminary. So I will ask, is there anybody that's attending this meeting that would like to address the board on item C2, 1639 Fernald Point, please? Seeing none, I will move for approval of 1639 Fernald Point for preliminary approval, but not final, with the applicant to return on consent for final. Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed, please? Okay.
I'm recusing myself on this project.
Thank you, David. Thanks for being clear about that. Item C3, 1423 East Mountain Drive. Both Claire, Bill, and I felt that these were very nicely presented drawings and for both preliminary and final. And we would like to recommend that it receive both preliminary and final. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to address the board on 1423 East Mountain Drive, please?
I don't have anybody, John, thanks.
Thank you very much. I would like to make a motion for approval of 1423 East Mountain Drive for both preliminary and final. Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
MBAR members informational briefing. Anything?
Nothing.
Nobody? Well, I brought 4 of my friends along with me today, actually 6 or 7. What do you guys think? Do you like this? Does
Absolutely.
anybody know where it's from? Tip?
Well,
Tip?
Sorry.
me, you asking me?
Yep.
It looks overseas, not in America.
Jeez.
Acropolis.
Yeah, well, it's
Thank you,
either-
Dave,
it's
for
either
actually
Greece or-
addressing the question.
It's either Greece or Italy. I can't-
Greece.
Athens, Greece.
Greece.
I used
Does
to,
anybody
I used
know
to know
how-
the name.
Does
The
anybody
latest.
know how old it is?
It's I think it's before BC.
Yeah, it's
No, no,
something
no.
like 400, 500 BC, so it's something like 26 to 2700 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. And this image, not this exact image, but these guys changed the way I looked at architecture, so I wanted to
call-
share it.
Caryatids?
Caryatids.
Caryatids.
That's it.
John,
Yeah.
did you take that picture?
No, I didn't. I stole it off the internet.
That's all
Talk about a headache, huh? Having to hold that
right.
all those years.
You know, it's like beauty in function. I mean, it's just like remarkable.
Yeah.
This is, for those of you that don't know, this is the end of a smaller building that's on the same plateau as the Parthenon in Greece, in Athens.
It was
So you-
probably an addition that had to go through a design review process.
Yeah, I think that they built it with the same rules that are applied to ADUs today. Okay, staff update. Anybody, anything? Sharon, Kimberly?
I just wanted to use this opportunity to mention that planning and development has new forms and applications for zoning permit submittals. So our website has been recently updated and we have new applications and forms. Hopefully they are more streamlined and better, but when you go to submit, do remember to download the new forms and applications. Eventually we will be eliminating the old ones and we won't accept them any longer.
Thank you very much. Okay, main agenda, item number C1. Brian, I think I saw you there. 245 Santa Rosa Lane.
Item 1, not C1.
I'm sorry, 1. Did I say C1? I apologize. Okay, Brian, you want to take us through this, please?
You bet. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brian Zant, the designer and agent for the owners at 245 Santa Rosa Lane. The design architect for this project is Historical Concepts. They're based out of Atlanta, and you've reviewed a project of theirs in the past at 1270 Pepper Lane. They've done a beautiful job here, and I'm taking it through entitlements and permitting. The property's in the coastal zone, east of San Ysidro Road and near San Leandro Lane, 0.9 acres gross. The current residence is 3146 square feet. With an attached 869 square foot garage and a detached 150 square foot wine room. And there's a separate detached 230 square foot cabana. The original house was built around 1925 in a simplified medieval English cottage style with wood shingle and rolled eaves. And it has been extensively altered in recent years, including additions in 2000 of the current 3-car garage and a detached gardener shed, which was subsequently converted to a cabana when the pool was added in 2006. There were further alterations in 2009 when the detached wine room was added. We have a historical assessment report from that 2009 project stating that the building earns a low overall significance rating historically and was found to possess little or no historical or architectural significance. Our owners, despite that, really love the style of the home and desire to maintain this the historical style that is there with these proposed alterations and additions. You can see on the site plan there the shaded areas. We propose to convert a 169 square foot portion of the existing garage into a habitable space. It's a laundry room. And then above that, you can see where it says existing garage, that darker shaded area is the second story addition to the existing garage of 414 square feet. It'll be a bedroom, ensuite bedroom. And we are proposing to add 182 square feet to the existing cabana on the southwest corner of the property there. There's also some outdoor dining, outdoor patio areas proposed, including a dining patio to the east of the existing kitchen. And then if we could go on to our next page there, you'll see the existing site, large hedgerow on Santa Rosa Lane. But probably your most important for you, and which I'm assuming you'll want to see the most of, is the photo number 12 and 14 show where we are adding that second story addition to the garage. Will be when we go through that, I'll show you. We're proposing a shed gable up there, a dormer rather, which we'll see on the plans. So we have the other alterations we have include adding doors and windows. They'll match the existing wood casement and in some cases double hung windows. And then in addition, we'll be replacing that existing asphalt composite shingle with a synthetic shake roof tile, which we just found that we can actually curve to get that rolled look in the shake style, since we can't do wood. I will of course include this in subsequent preliminary and final drawings. If we can go to the next page, we'll see an overall site view, 0.9 acres gross. That wine room, detached wine room, is up on the north there. We have an easement to two properties on the north side there, to the two properties to the south, to the west, excuse me. Next page, a little bit closer view of where that second story addition is. Kind of looked at that. We can go to the next page, is the existing floor plan. Just to point out, there is an existing loft above the garage. Those stairs do exist. So it's an as-built condition. And in A2.1, we can kind of see what were the additions and on the main floor plan here. The laundry room is that room just right in front of what we're showing, that roadster there. We have just enough clearance, 16.6 for that garage clearance. We do have two other garage bays though that have full depth. The kitchen will be remodeled. The existing laundry room is being converted to a butler's pantry.
Ryan, can I interrupt you for a second?
Of course.
Sharon, Don Sharp is having a hard time getting in. Can you try resending him a link or something, please? Sharon? Kimberly, can you get
No,
that?
I'll do it.
Thank you. Okay, Brian, thank you very much. Trying to get the
Okay.
last member on the board.
Of course. You can see the stairs then will be from the existing or proposed butler's pantry, mudroom back entry there. If you go to 8.2, you'll see our 414 square foot addition, proposed second floor addition of the bedroom. It is kind of a bonus room there. And we have tray ceilings in there. There is a dormer, shed dormer that we'll see in the elevation. If you can go to A2.3, you'll see we are doing some interior walls and moves, and that will necessitate some door and window changes. The red are closing up doors and windows. And then we have new areas as well. But really the exterior change, if we can go to A3 the next page there. These are existing rolled eave, as I said, casement windows, in some cases double hung. There's our garage, which currently does have two skylights there up above those three garage doors. Here's our proposal. We are proposing, you can see this, we'll do a new roof, and then on that north elevation there, those two bay windows, we're going to re-roof those with a standing seam roof and make it a little more historically accurate and just touch it up a little bit. West elevation, some minor door and window changes, but really the next sheet, A3.2, you can see above the garage there is where our addition for that second story above the garage is. We're doing a shed dormer there, as well as on the elevation below that, the east elevation, there is a shed clear story window to add light into the kitchen area. That wall in front of there is an addition as well on the east elevation. That's where the outdoor dining patio is. We can move along to our sections. Those are existing sections. You can see the existing loft on, if you could go back just one, that existing loft on that first section above the garage, as-built loft, I should say. And then on 4.1, we've got a section through the terrace section elevation, the bottom one that's showing that that dormer clear story that's in the kitchen there. Lastly, last two pages, a 5.0 existing cabana, and then next page is our proposed addition. Of course, we're still keeping in style with what's existing there. Wood doors and windows, our new composite shake roof, historically accurate as where we can, and welcome your comments and questions. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Chip?
Does the pool cabana encroach into the side yard setback or the rear yard setback?
It does, yes. We're encroaching, let's see, somewhere about 15 feet or so. We're 10 feet from the property line. We do have an offset area for that setback just above there.
And that's the rear yard setback.
Correct.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Elida?
Do any of the changes that you're proposing affect existing landscaping? Are you doing new landscaping? Are you having to remove any trees, or how's your screening? What's the whole landscaping issue?
Yeah, the property's pretty well landscaped as is. I think they did a lot when they did the addition of that wine storage area. There's a good amount. So no, nothing proposed. And our addition, really adding to the footprint, the only area is that cabana, which you can see in one of those photo 8 and 9 shows you. There's a little garden bed there. That little lemon tree that you can see in 8 will remain. But other than that,
thank you.
Are you done, Elida?
Yes, thank you.
Bill, please.
Yeah, are you keeping the garage plate as it is and just kind of infilling the existing roof line there on the second story? And then you're adding the dormers, of course, but
correct.
Is the plate pretty much the same as it is? It's not.
It is. Yeah, not changing it, just the bump. It's a pretty big loft up above there, existing.
Great, that's all. Thank you.
David?
No questions, John.
Claire?
No questions.
I have two questions. You mentioned standing seam, and it went past me. Couldn't figure out where you were talking about. Where was that? Please?
So
is that on the dormers?
And it would be a kind of a copper roof, I guess.
But on
right there, on the north elevation, yes. If you can see that.
Of these little pop outs.
Oh,
correct.
Okay.
Those are existing. If you went 2 pages before that, you'll see what's existing there. I should have had them side by side, but
no, that's fine. And it would help if you'd put existing and proposed on the same sheet.
Yeah,
but
we'll do all update. There you can see what's existing there.
Okay.
I think we'll have better proportions.
And the second question, have you studied a way to get the cabana addition out of the setback or significantly less intrusion into the setback, please?
I'll have to check with historical concepts to see if they looked at that. This was the proposal that the owners wanted to proceed with. So I don't know that we did. There is a tree to the north of the Cabana there. And then obviously the pool's to the east. So yeah, our logical addition with that offset would be to the west there.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to address the board on item number 1, 245 Santa Rosa Lane, please? Okay, seeing none, I will close public comment. We are on for concept. I think it's the first time we've seen this. Comments, Tip?
I believe the project is acceptable, and I probably will not have a problem with the rear yard setback way in the back. I think that's small enough. It's away from anything. So I'm fine with the project as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Tip.
And by the way, I don't think we need story poles. I think that's very minor, second floor.
It's already existing.
Well, yeah, it's existing, right?
Elida, please.
No comments, John.
Bill?
Yeah, I agree with Tip. I don't, I think because of the extensive screening on the back there, I don't have any problem with that addition into the setback, and they have an offset as well. So the rest of it is all great, no problems.
David?
I agree with Bill and Tip.
Claire?
I agree with all the comments, and I would like to make a proposal that we move this to preliminary.
Okay, well, let me finish, let me have mine. I do not like to penetrate the setbacks if at all possible. I understand the rationale and the comments that other members of the board made, and I have not fully decided. I do not have to decide today, but I probably will vote against it because I think there are other alternatives that we should examine before we permit this intrusion. I'm not saying that this isn't the only best solution. We don't know if that's an oak tree. We don't know if it's some lemon or something that can easily be moved, or olive. And I think that that should be explored. I don't know if other members would like to agree with that, or if they just want to move it on. Please comment, please.
I would be okay if the applicant wanted to investigate the idea of moving the citrus and putting it out there.
I don't know if it is a citrus. I don't know what that tree is. It's not labeled.
It says CIT on it.
Okay. It seems to me that that's a very simple thing to move or replace.
Yeah. So I could go either way.
So I heard, except for me, pretty unanimous decision, let's just rock and roll here. Did I make a compelling enough case to ask them to study this one more time before they come back? Or do you guys want to stay with where you're at, please?
I'm staying with where I am. I think this is a well-designed way. I mean, I think both what the architect on wherever he is, plus the person who's plus Brian who's proposing, I think it's a good project, and they've studied it, and they're allowed to encroach into the setback, whether we like it or not. They're by the rules, they're allowed to do this. So for me, I think it's ready to go. And the next time it shows up, it's ready for a preliminary. That's all.
Tip.
I stand my ground. I'm fine with the design.
I agree with Claire and Tip on this.
Bill.
I agree with Claire and Tip.
Bill, David.
Yes, I'm okay with this. It'd be great if they'd study the other option. If that works to reduce it, fine, but I can support this.
Okay, it sounds like there's enough support. So I think this is a simple project. I don't know that this has to come back to this board, the full board again. I think it could go preliminary, final, and consent. Do other people agree?
Yes.
Agreed.
I agree.
Okay. Brian, thank you very much. I am usually on the consent calendar, and I will follow the wishes of the board. I'm not going to try to block you because of my service there. So please come back with full drawings, including details, colors, light fixtures, any landscaping that might be done. And we'll see you on the consent calendar when you get back.
Great.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you now. Okay, item number 2.
John,
Sorry, John, I have to interrupt.
Oh, Don's here.
I'm here now.
Okay,
So John Watson, I need to interrupt for a moment.
please.
So apparently, I did not see any hands raised. But I went back to my desk and I got an email from the Pachulski people.
Okay,
Chris Price, who's representing them, and they said apparently the wrong plans were put in. So it doesn't matter who did it, but the updated plans were not submitted. So they are stating they want to be heard.
by all means.
What project is this?
It was consent.
Oh.
Yeah. So,
Okay, let's go back and do that. We want to make sure that people get heard.
it'll have to be maybe at a break or something because it's not on here anymore.
No, wait a second. We heard we heard 3 consent items.
All of which received.
Are we talking
unanimous.
about one of those, Sharon?
C1.
50
C1,
Miramar Avenue.
right, and we gave it preliminary and told them to come back with
But
a,
if- Okay, so can Chris address us today, please?
Well, I'll go send him an email to tell him to pop back on. But it can't be like right this second.
Okay, so Claire,
John.
I think we have to allow public comment and maybe change our vote or something. Kimberly, please.
I apologize, but I did not hear a call for public comment on item number 1 either. I apologize if I missed it, but I don't remember hearing it.
Yes,
I think
for
I
all 3.
said
No,
it.
we do- yeah. yeah.
Regular agenda item, not this item you just heard.
Hey, Kimberly, can you
Oh.
do a favor? So I don't have to, I can't keep running back.
Okay,
to us.
okay.
Can you
I-
let Katie Nall know what's going on and ask her to get Chris Price and whoever back on?
I will do so.
Thank you.
You're saying item 1, right, Kimberly?
Correct.
Okay, I apologize to the world. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 1, main agenda 245 Santa Rosa Lane, please? Anybody?
I don't see anybody here.
Okay, thank you for
I didn't see
catching
any-
that, Kimberly. Okay, so we may have to go, and Sharon, if we're gonna go back and visit C1, make sure the applicant knows that that's happening too, please.
Oh, I just asked Kimberly to contact them.
Okay, excellent. Okay, fun and games today. Okay, item 2, 1671 San Leandro Lane. There is no planner assigned yet, and we are on for concepts. So Kevin, are you here? Is there somebody else representing this project?
Yeah, I'm Stefan from Schul Studios, a project manager, working with the owners as agent. We are proposing a covered garage, as well as a attached storage to the covered garage, which is detached from the primary residence. This is part of a larger project for the main residence, where part of our CDP conditions, we were to remove the existing covered carport and accessory storage structure. Both had Spanish tile roofs and did not match the architectural language of the existing residence. During our conceptual review and subsequent reviews for the main house, members of the board had put forward the proposal for us to match the language of the covered garage if we were to move forward with this. So we've matched the style of the primary residence as closely as possible to keep up with the consistency of the project. So as you see in our conceptual sketch, it's a view from Pomar Lane over the existing covered garage. So this is pretty much what we are intending to do. Glass, probably frosted glass garage door. The attached structure for the storage unit will be lower than the actual roof of the garage. So if you can kind of scroll down, we can show you the existing photos and kind of what we're looking at. So number 1 is showing where that existing storage unit was with the Spanish tile roof. Number 5 next to it is also showing what that Spanish tile covered carport looked like. And if you scroll down, and so number 10 is showing how it's been removed already per the conditions, since we have an approved building permit for the main residence. So scroll down, just really showing kind of what was there originally and kind of the current condition of it in demo. So if you go to A04, so this is the entire site as it currently is, with just the walls of the covered or of the carport and some new walls that we're using for kind of an open storage unit. The clients really do need a covered carport, considering there's no other location that we can really build one here as well. We're reusing what was already there. So if you kind of scroll down, it's more of the existing conditions. This is within the 50-foot secondary front setback. This is why we had to remove the existing Spanish tile roof to fulfill our CDP. If you go down, all the existing walls are now at 5'10", so they're underneath the allowable. And so our intention is to remove those walls, keep the footings, rebuild new walls, and then, add a flat roof to match the main house. So the next one shows what that will look like from roof plan and its relation to the main house. The other one's just a zoomed in kind of plan. And then this one just shows how we have our 2 cars in there, and then the covered storage unit with access doors on either side, and then the elevations against the primary residence, where we're showing how the fenestration matches between the covered garage and the existing house. Well, what will be existing once we're finished with construction. Below is just the typical details that were used for the main house and how we intend to replicate them for the thermal steel windows, parapet walls with the roof fascia, and our window and door schedule is the last one. So in all, project is relatively simple, except for the fact that we do need a variance because we are within the 50-foot setback. But we hope with your support that we can keep this project moving forward, as we feel our clients deserve to have a covered car garage, as many other of their neighbors have that. So we also have a letter of support from their immediate adjacent neighbor on Pomar Lane, giving our support, their support. So we thank you, and we're open for comment and questions.
Okay, so questions.
Mhm.
Bill, please.
Yeah, so is the existing carport and storage space there, the existing one, was that not permitted, or was it permitted existing?
It was not permitted, and it had to be removed.
So because it wasn't permitted, technically we're looking at maybe, what would be not there. So
Yeah.
Okay.
He's requesting very similar to the site visit we did today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then the finishes you're proposing, you're going to match. What are
Mhm.
those finishes?
It's an off-white stucco that's under the allowable LRV, black thermal steel windows and doors.
There's some kind of a band though, that horizontal band. Is that
That'll have a copper strike at the top.
well, actually go to A06 there, Dave, real quick. It looked like there was some kind of a.
Oh, these are the existing. This is what it is right now.
Go to the next.
I think it's a 2.1.
There you go. Yeah, 2.
Yeah.
It looks like there's a 24-inch dimension there of some sort, actually on the lower drawing. This was, if you go scroll down there. That
Oh, that's
bottom-
showing the height separation between the covered garage and the storage room.
Oh, so there's not a band that runs across there. It's-
No.
Okay.
That's just the roof fascia and how we're dropping down the storage so that it doesn't feel so monolithic as like just a giant building and structure along the wall there. We all are also doing a full landscape. So there will be screening along Pomar to hide the storage unit.
Okay.
Yeah.
And your.
It's part of the main permit also.
Do you have an FAR there somewhere?
Yeah, it's a 152.
152.
Yeah, we haven't built the outdoor kitchen hasn't been built, but that's what included there. So it's 290 square feet. And then their garage is 510. This storage is 155.
Okay. All right. That's all. Thank you.
Claire,
I have no. Are we in questions?
questions?
Yeah, no questions.
David,
Yes, how far is the garage encroaching into the setback?
It's basically right up on the setback from
So
Right
basically
on
the
the
entire
property.
structures.
there.
right
So
on
it's-
the property line.
Yeah,
Right
it's
on the
about
property line.
5. Yeah,
Okay.
it's right there.
Okay. That's my question for now. Thanks.
Tip,
I guess I missed this, but what's the existing FAR before?
I believe it was 143.
So now it's 152?
Yeah.
Right, thank you.
got it.
Yep, that's it.
Alida,
The rendering that we're looking at, and you say this is a glass, it's going to be, you can kind of see through it. So is it going to be see-through? Can you see into the garage with
It'll be
this glass?
completely.
Pardon?
It'll be completely frosted glass, so you won't be able to see in there. So we wanted to give it a modern look to match the fenestration around it, but still give the privacy for all the items.
So with the rendering is not accurate. You won't be able to see in there.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Don,
I have no questions. Thank you.
and Bill got my question. So public comment, please. We do have a letter of support. Could we read that just so that we have that here, please? I reside next door. In the past, they've had a two-car carport. They want to enhance their property. We support this project. So I know that was a little quick, but they're supportive. Okay. Anybody else that would like to address the board, please?
I don't have any hands up, at least I don't see any.
Okay, so we have no planner. This is the first review. And I think the bottom line here is that we're heading for a modification similarly to the one we visited on Lingate today. That's what this applicant is asking for. Bill, please.
Yeah, so I don't think I have enough information on this one to really, the fact that it wasn't permitted sort of changed the whole thing for me. I thought if it had been permitted, I probably could be okay, but the fact that it wasn't, it was done illegally. I kind of need to see what's going on in the neighborhood there, what's across the way. Is there even enough room to back out of this garage?
Yeah, that's the
Hitting,
question.
hitting the wall or whatever's on the other side. So the context of the neighborhood, I think, is going to be important for me. The fact that it's 152 FAR, we're going to definitely want a FAR study of the neighborhood. I mean, the structure design is fine. It's just, I think and the challenge certainly is, where do you put the garage? I appreciate them wanting a garage, but does it have to come off of that street? I don't know. Maybe it could come off another location and set further back, be screened better, blah, blah, blah. So my vote would be maybe a site visit if that could happen, and or at least better documentation of what's going on around it to be able to make any vote at this point in time.
Claire? Comments? Claire?
No, I think Bill covered my concerns, and especially the backing up, and so if we had more information around the thing, because right now, even has this gone to the fire department?
Not yet.
Yeah, see, so you need to go to the fire department, because I don't think the fire department is going to like this idea of just having, they usually want 14 feet off the property
No, we
line?
have that.
What?
We have that.
You have that? You have
Yeah,
14 feet?
So the road there is already, we walked this project with Aaron Briner, I believe, or Alex Briner, from Montecito Fire. And, you know, he didn't have anything that was outrageous for us to have to accomplish with the
Okay,
placement.
well then, yeah, then I'm still going with Bill's thing is I'd like to see what the surrounding area looks like, you
Understood.
know?
This is Kevin Hackett here, Principal Architect at Sheol. I just do want to mention that for the two-car port has been used for 2 or 3 decades. The property owners just bought the property a couple of years ago when we undertook the big master planning. So obviously operationally, it has been used, and obviously it's just the addition of the actual enclosure itself. I just wanted to put that forth. Thank you.
You're saying that what we see right in front of us, that square, that's already been there and all we're doing is adding walls and.
As a carport, Claire, illegal, they illegally built a carport.
Right.
The planning department required they take the roof off, lower it to 6-foot high walls. Now they're coming back and saying, you know what, we'd really like a garage. That's where we are right now. We really want a garage.
Okay. Well, I just am trying to gather, you know, why it's there. And so now I know that's why it was there, because it was a carport. It was used for however many years by the previous owner, and this new owner would just like to enclose it. I get it.
And just a note based on the historic report, and I think we've been here before for the main project, and it was an aesthetic issue as well with this red tile Mediterranean aesthetic that was in alignment with the more sort of pre-modern Vienna secession ideologies and what that represented. So we'd spent a lot of time developing the language of the main building, and this was certainly an eyesore in place. So it's not just an operational element; it's also it's certainly built around aesthetics, and I'd be happy to further get into that.
So we are actually in board comments, not discussions amongst everybody.
Sure.
Can we finish that, David, please?
Yeah, I'm very much aligned with Bill that given that this was a illegally built structure, that I need to go to the site and really take a look at things. And also I would like to understand if there's a possibility of putting the garage in the outside of the setback to the I guess it's east, to the right-hand side of this page.
I think it's north.
North, okay. Is that a possibility?
No. That's a question. We
okay.
had that. We're in comments, please.
I can't go back. Okay. Well, I'd like to see. I definitely need to see the site, and I have strong concerns.
Yep.
Yes, I do agree with all the comments, and I'd like to add one more. And if, I can support this project, I'm not sure I can support the glass doors facing Poplar. I think that's just too much light coming into that little street and lane, and I prefer to see it more like a solid garage doors that completely no light into the street. So that's one of the newer comments I want to add to everything I heard from other board members.
Elida?
No comment.
Don?
I do think a site visit is very necessary, and I would have to agree that another location on the site is not considerably okay, so a site visit is important. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see why this board should legalize something that I consider to be bad behavior. I use that as colloquial. Somebody comes along, does something right on the setback, and then we say, oh yeah, we're going to do it. So I don't know that that's something that is good planning, which I think is one of the things we're supposed to be doing. There is no requirement for covered parking in the coastal zone. So it's not as if that's how they were able to get their permit, by taking off the roof. So I'm happy to have a site visit, but I don't think I'm going to vote for this. And I could change my mind, but I kind of doubt it. So you need to get a planner. We need to get something scheduled here, because it sounds like everybody wants a site visit. So how's that sound to everybody?
Yes.
Good.
And Kimberly, I asked for public comment, right?
You did indeed.
Oh, great. Okay, I love being.
Nobody has their hands up. That
Okay, excellent. So, gentlemen, we will see you sometime out on the site. Item number 3.
John,
Yes.
if I could interject, the
Yes.
new plans for item C1 have been uploaded, and I believe their representatives are here. Would the board like to go back to item C1 or push forward on their current agenda?
I think we should go to C1. And there's a neighbor that's concerned about it, and they're here too.
No, it was the applicants.
Oh, okay.
Let's just go back and get it done, John.
Yeah, let's look at it again.
Well,
Okay, so we gave it preliminary.
that means I need to download the plans. Is that correct?
The plans
Yeah,
have been
that would be a good
uploaded to the
idea.
box folder.
Okay, let's go to the next one, David. Oh, boy, you've got too much to do. Okay, we're going to.
Hey, Bill, do you want to download those plans while I do the next project?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Because otherwise,
Okay.
yeah.
Love you guys.
Thanks.
Okay, so item number 3, 607. Why don't we try calling it Coles Road? Is that right, Don?
Yeah, well, yes, the original owner and
Was
developer was Mr. Coles.
Okay, so Andrew, are you here or somebody else? Please?
Yes, I'm here and I'm joined by
Okay.
Scott Schrader, the landscape architect, and Kale, who's doing the lighting design.
Okay, so planner comments, all zoning issues have been resolved. We're on for concept only at this point, so can we go and look at 1 of 3? I think you're on the right place there, David.
You want to start with that?
Yeah, well, I don't know where else to start.
Yep.
And if I could
was
ask you to
looking- maybe
please,
the applicant could tell us.
if you could open the site photos file in tandem with that, I think it would be very helpful to this discussion. Thank you. All right, so my name is Andrew Petrovsky. I'm an architect with Backen & Backen here in Montecito. And this project that we're undertaking is at 607 Coles Road. I apologize if I slip up at all. We kind of alternate between Cowles and Coles.
We've all been corrected
We
on
all
that.
have.
Yeah.
I know. And the current site is an interior lot located near the terminus of the public Coles Road. And right now it's a little over an acre. It's a heavily oak forested property, which makes it very unique. You can see there's an existing structure there that was built in the late 70s. And we are proposing to demolish that and put a new single family dwelling and a pair of accessory structures along with it. If you could scroll through these photos real quick, I think it would help. There's an aerial shot showing just how densely wooded this site is. And it is very hilly as well. So this is a very challenging site. If you just click through a couple more, you can see there's these large mature oaks. There's also some really impressive natural boulders that are part of the natural ecosystem there. I think if you click through a couple more, we'll probably hit one of those boulders. There you go. So this project site has a lot of really incredible elements that we're trying to design around. Some would call them obstacles, but I think we took it as a challenge to create a new home that really is harmonious with the natural landscape around it. If we could go back to the cover drawing on the other file, that would be great. Thank you. If we could stick on this image for 1 second before we jump into all the drawings. This is a rendering of the proposed yoga pavilion on our project, and I think it gives a very good idea of the character that we're proposing. We would like to build something that looks very much as though it's at home in Montecito and Santa Barbara here, but also draws inspiration from other places. Our clients would like to propose doing stone walls that have plaster received on top of them. And we would like to do steel and glass windows and doors, and sort of a modern or timeless detail, depending on how you look at it. But this detail of having reclaimed wood headers directly over the openings, and then having reclaimed barrel two-piece tile directly over that, to make it feel very natural and not overbuilt. If we could go to the survey, please. Next page. Here's the survey. I don't need to repeat myself too much on this. There's an existing pool, tennis court, and home. We're proposing to preserve the tennis court, but demolish the home and swimming pool. Next page, please. Here's the proposed site plan. You can see that all of our mature oak trees have a solid circle, and then there's a dashed line that's a little tough to read on the screen, but wherever there's a void, practically, you can imagine that's where Oak Grove is. We are proposing a single-family dwelling and accessory yoga pavilion structure that encircles this brilliant center oak at the middle of the property. You can see we're hemmed in on quite a few sides between the topography, the oak trees, setbacks, and tennis court, and boulders. So in order to create a design solution, we have proposed everything in that circle except for what's labeled A is a single family dwelling that's connected underground. We couldn't go up or out, so we decided to go down to make this connection. And by doing so, this really allows our clients to take advantage of the outdoor lifestyle here and traverse this lovely path that encircles that center oak to go from the kitchen to their bedrooms, and things like that, instead of being subjected to air conditioning at all times. We know that this is a unconventional strategy, and we've been working with Alex and others at the county planning office to make sure that we fit the criteria for their definitions of a single family home. We could do the next slide, please. This is peeling the roofs off so you can see the floor plans. One more thing to note while we're on this scale is that we have stayed away from the setback lines and then some. In most places, we're at a very minimum of 15 or 20 feet from the property line, whereas our interior lot setback is at 10 feet. The north half of this home, where there's that B label by the 646, that is our kitchen at the north end. There's a stair and hall connection that wraps around this cluster of boulders, which is that hatched gray blob and mature oak trees. And that can take you down to the basement and the garage. Right now, there's an existing garage on the property that you have to go up a pretty steep driveway to access. So we're proposing to move the driveway west and bring it down closer to the street level so that it's more of a tuck under situation instead of having to go up a 15% slope to get to your garage. You'll see the basement layout in a couple of slides, but the bottom half are, it's a master bedroom suite, a living area, a bunk room, and then to the east is our yoga pavilion that also centers on the tree. And then if you could zoom out a little, please. The other structure that we're proposing is this tennis cabana. It's an existing full-size tennis court, so we'd like to do that along the west side of the property. Next slide, please. These are site sections to help you understand a little bit more what's happening with the topography. The first one, cutting east to west, slices through the tennis court and shows how there's a gentle rise as you head east. The third one, I believe, is really helpful to understand the only part of the site where we're going more than one story technically. This is that garage that I mentioned, where we have a bedroom suite on top of the garage. You can see our heights are pretty well under the 28-foot height limit that we have here. We've intentionally decided to keep the ridges to around 16 to 19 feet so that they can match the accessory structures and create this harmonious circle around the oak tree with the heights. Next page, please. This is our basement connector between the two portions of the home. We realize that the oak woodland here is very precious. One of the first calls that we made was to Bill Spiewak, our arborist, and he's been working with us along this journey to tell us where we're encroaching, what we need to mitigate, et cetera, et cetera. Next slide, please. I walked you through the layout of the floor plans a little bit already, but here it is in closer detail if you'd like a look. Next slide, please. Here's the roof plan, and you can really see how being a hilltop property here and one of, the prestigious original Coles family 47-acre property, we really wanted to make this feel like a hilltop. And I think that the roof plans and the way that the building and accessory structures are laid out are very reminiscent of an Italian or Greek hilltop. If you could open the next PDF, please, the 2 of 3. Here are elevations of the house itself. You can see not everything is kind of twisting around the tree. So you can see that the home itself reads as the structure that wraps around the existing oaks and boulders. And then again, that last drawing at the bottom of the screen helps illustrate that garage cut that we're proposing to make. The highest retaining wall there would be 8 feet. Next slide, please. Here are the accessory structures, the tennis cabana and the yoga pavilion. Very simple structures, not trying to make anything that screams out from the site. We want it to be very harmonious with everything else that we're proposing. Next slide, please. Here are some sections. This helps you to understand this basement connection and the stair that drops down on the upper left that connects the house. So you can see this whole single family dwelling is the same foundation, but different pieces of the home sprout up from it in different places. Next slide, please. Our plate heights are around 11 feet generally, and our ridge heights get you to about 16 feet. These are just more sections of the accessory structures. Next slide, please. Here's some civil drawings. Next slide, please. There's a lot going on here, but you can be assured that we've been working with our civil engineer and the arborist to make sure that all of this checks out and that we aren't left with any really severe grading or retaining wall heights. Next slide, please.
I think that's it for this one. Oh, no.
Okay.
You're right. There's 2 more. Sorry.
Okay. Here's the landscape plan. I'll hand it off to Scott to make a quick comment. Before we do so, I just want to mention that we're pretty well under our FAR limit here. We are at 66% of what we're allowed to build. So we feel, and our clients feel, like this is a fairly modest proposal, and we're looking forward to your thoughts on it. Scott, would you like to comment on your plan?
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. Quite simply, this is an exceptionally beautiful property with the center oak. So our efforts are really to keep California natives compatibles, very low impact on this property. Some of the most beautiful boulders I've seen on a property in Montecito. So really the intent is, all of our walkways will be sandset stone to help with percolation, low impact on the oaks. Every species that we've chosen will be California native or compatible. We've tried to make it feel very natural and not so hedged off. So some of the perimeter screening will be Metro Sedaris, California Bay, but more of a looser planting to sort of enhance what's already there. And again, we've not used any lawn on the property. There's a beautiful jade garden that's adjacent to the tennis court, and we've preserved all of that. So our real intent here is to not only enhance the beauty, but to continue the health of all the oaks on this property.
Are you guys done?
Yep.
I think if we could have
Yeah, Dan.
Ann make a quick comment about the lighting that's on the last PDF. Sorry, the 3 of 3.
The 3 of 3, so it's
another-
not this set. Okay.
Correct. We did our best to
Yes, I know.
slim these down. Apologies.
That's the last
You
page.
go. I think one more sheet. Two. Yeah.
Oh, we have some images for the landscape if we want to go through those. But
I would.
okay, right.
Okay, so here's page 1.
I think
You
the
want-
next one maybe.
We go to the next page. There's some inspiration images. So you can see the use of agaves, the use of Metro Sedaris, reclaimed olive trees, lavender, extensive gravel use. Our stairways will be large format stone with 4 to 5 feet landings between in gravel. So everything's going to feel exceptionally natural and part of the existing landscape. We'll be bringing in some water elements, one in particular, and we'll be bringing in a reclaimed 17th century stone fountain. But again, we're making every effort to very cleanly and systematically plant underneath these oaks in a very careful way so that we're adding to the privacy of the home and the look and feel without jeopardizing the oaks in any way. The far right image gives you an idea of the spa that's proposed, and it will have an old stone wall around it, and it'll have a spa in it. So a very subtle way to kind of include a spa on the plan. But again, we will be encouraging stone from the site and using it to build our low walls and to build in a little bit of seating. But again, very natural in its approach and very water wise.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then Ann can wrap us up here.
Okay, so what we have is a combination of moonlights in the trees being used as our main source of illumination to light the numerous walkways on this site. Because we have a collection of buildings, we want to make sure that everyone is very sure-footed as they're going from one building to another, or one portion of the project to another. And because we're on a hillside, we wanted to avoid the use of path lights. As you're looking at the hill, you are looking straight into the underside of a path light, and we are looking to make this the lighting of this property very natural and surprisingly low level. You may be surprised to hear that and see the number of fixtures that we have in the trees. There's a very good reason for this. In order to keep fixtures really well hidden and a very low visibility, we want them to be small. And can you see me?
Yes, we can see you.
Right. So this is our moonlight. As you can see, it's much smaller than a human hand. And it comes with a Hexcel louver on it. for that shielding to keep it dark when you look up at it, we are already losing close to 30% of our light. To make sure you can't even see that, we add an extra shield to the fixture. Shielding is everything in the success of moonlighting and good landscape lighting. So now we've taken away 50% of our light. We still need the light, so we need to add more fixtures. What we do is that we hide our fixtures behind the mature branches of these large oaks. And by the time we're done, you have a hard time finding a fixture up there. However, what you're left with is full moon lighting. Now, full moon is only 1/10 of 1 foot candle. Path lighting, the illumination under a path light is 50 times that. Even as you stretch 5 feet away, you are 10 times that. We're looking to get as close to moonlight level as possible. Thus, we have all the moonlights in the trees under this huge canopy of branches and leaves on the property. The other fixtures that we do have just 7 of these fixtures. These are stake mounted fixtures, adjustable down. What's unique about this fixture is, again, hexel louver. This is a deep cut, thick hexel louver. And when you're grazing your eye across it, it has very, very little brightness. Then on top of that, we add another shield. And you can see how deep this shield is. And by the time we're done, unless you're getting between the boulder and the fixture, and we've planted them in places where that's not part of the walking trail, you have a hard time finding this fixture on the site. Marking the entrances to the buildings, you will see the DE2 decorative fixture. Again, dark sky compliant. We do have, if you open up the sheet on page 1, you will see images of the fixtures. Go down 2 sheets. And to the right, there you go. And if you want to just zoom in on that, there are fixtures. So you see the DE2, the second fixture down. That's about the style of fixture we're looking for, definitely dark sky compliant. We have one pendant fixture from a tree, again, dark sky compliant, and the rest of our fixtures. There are some other building mounted fixtures, which are the LE2. We wanted to keep the decorative fixtures to a minimum. We're using them only at the main entrance doors to make sure we comply with having light up to all exterior doors. We have this fixture only, instead of it being an adjustable, it is just a down light. There's no adjustment in the fixture. This is the junction box, of course, hidden into the thickness of the wall itself. We do have a few step lights going off of the tennis court and 2 fountain lights. They are mounted vertically and not up. And of course, the tennis court is not open. The last fixtures that we're showing is that we're showing a bocce court at the south side of the property. And what we are proposing is lining a small linear LED, not unlike the fixture that we have here, but with a flat face. And that would be located on the face of the bocce court perimeter. And that's about it.
So Andrew, are you done then, please?
Yes, our presentation's complete.
Okay, question. Don, you're familiar with this site, I'm sure. Would you like to start?
Yes, thank you. I lived on Coles Road for 30 years until a couple of years ago. So I have walked by the site probably 1,000 times with my dog. And my concerns would be the protection of the oaks, obviously, and would rely on Mr. Spivak to do that and convince us that we're okay. And I understand certainly the owners would more than want that to happen. I'm concerned about the lighting, and I wonder if there's any way that we could somehow approximate, I know this is difficult, what the lighting result would be in the finished product. Thank you.
Elida, please.
Andrew, how big is this property acre wise?
The property is 1.1, I believe. Yeah, 1.14.
And is the irrigation system, are you thinking you're going to have to just retool what's existing, or do you need to go in with a whole new irrigation system?
I'll let Scott speak to that question, if that's all right.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of irrigation on the site right now. So whatever we would be doing, we would be doing soaker hoses on the new planting, but not doing any irrigation under the oaks.
Really? Given drought? Oh, no.
Yeah, well, there's no irrigation on them now.
Okay, thank you.
David.
How high are the lights in the moonlights in the trees mounted at?
Probably the lowest one will be close to 20 feet. The highest one could go up as high as 40 feet. We like to keep them up high. We like to conceal the fixtures, behind leaves so that you don't see the fixtures as much, but also we love that dappled lighting effect. And to do that on the oak, you really got to get into the upper canopy to do that. So, sometimes even as high as 60 feet.
And what is the spread on the fixtures? Are they narrow or are they widespread?
They're not widespread because we're really keeping the light closer to the paths and letting it spill into the path so that we can enjoy some of that foliage. So probably about 20 degrees, 30 degrees would be the maximum.
Okay, thanks. That's my questions.
Claire.
Oh.
Questions, Claire.
Yes, materials for the buildings. I know you showed us, drawings, but what are those buildings going to be made out of? Are they going to be stucco? Okay, that's my question. What are the materials on the exterior of the buildings?
Yes, they will be, wood framed. And then we'll do a stone veneer in front of them that will be plastered over with white or off-white plaster. The roof is a reclaimed Spanish barrel tile two-piece, and the doors and windows are all thermally broken steel and glass with reclaimed wood headers.
Okay, can you so essentially they're white.
White.
Some white.
Mm-hmm.
Like a white that's like this picture. That's what you're
correct.
That's what you're proposing for the outsides of the building. Okay. Mm-hmm. And then the windows are going to be like these metal windows?
Yes.
Okay. That's my question.
Bill.
Yeah, Dave, could you go to the civil drawing there? That was done by Mike Gones. I just had a question about the parking area there in front.
That in this set?
I think it's in was one of the second to last. There you go. Next one. Next sheet. There you go.
There you are.
So if I read that right there where the parking is, where you come in for the parking underneath, you've got two guest spaces pushed up against the property line, yet I guess there's a buffer between you and the edge of the pavement. Is that yours to landscape or what's the story there? It says an easement, and it's an easement on whose property? Somebody else's, looks like.
The easement is to access this property in addition to two others down the road, I believe. So if you're speaking to the landscape in between the property line and the edge of the road, is that the question?
Yeah, that and just, yes. Do you have the right to develop that with whatever you want to develop it with?
Probably not whatever we want, but we can do our homework on the easement and make sure that what we're proposing is, allowed.
And are these parking spaces, are they retaining in? They're tucked into the slope there? Is that what you've got on in 630?
They're retaining on the south side. So we're going upslope as we go to the south of the page.
Okay, yes. Okay, it goes up to the property, right? It's a hilltop.
Yep.
So
Uh-huh.
these are kind of, yeah, tucked in there. And did you look at other places where parking might work as well, or in substitute for this location, or is this?
The only real other place we considered was actually over by the tennis cabana, but we were getting into trouble with oak trees and setbacks and and boulder issues over on that side as well. So
You're really trying to avoid oaks as much as you can, it looks like, and trying to find slots where you can kind of fit those in, it looks like. Okay.
yes, and creating a space for guests that is logical enough that they can park down there, see Scott's meandering paths up to the rest of the house, and have a logical flow on the site.
And then I don't know if you've gotten into the detailing of it too, but working with Bill Spiewak on the trees, did you feel like it was more impacting not to have the walkways like covered connecting on top of the soil versus being a tunnel underneath? Do you have enough soil on top of these tunnels to allow for healthy plants to grow, not just shrubs, but rooted trees and that kind of thing? Have you gotten in? I mean, are these tunnels going to have to be like 20 feet deep? Or
No, I don't believe 20 feet deep. We can get into the actual detailing of what would, I guess, be, a type of green roof above the basement connector. Most of it's underneath the circular stone and gravel path. So we intentionally did that so that we wouldn't have to worry about, the planting depth issues that you're mentioning. But we can continue to work with Bill on that.
Okay. All right. And then in terms of the architectural style, you're obviously your renderings are super simple and not a lot of detail, and they look very contemporary, but it looks like based on the image, you're going to have a little more of an authentic old world, like you said, Italianate hilltop was sort of is that kind of the direction? Or are you going to clean and do sharp edges and keep it more contemporary? What's the feeling there?
No, I would offer to let the rendering do the speaking to the materiality. We do want it to look very as if it were crafted by artisans, which it will be. We're not looking for California contractor sticky stone. We're looking for real stone that has a very nice stucco layer applied over it. There would be texture on the reclaimed wood headers, and the Spanish tile that we're looking at has been around for hundreds of years and has a really nice patina to it.
Got it. Okay. All right. That was it. Thank you.
Tip.
Oh,
Tip.
Yes, Dave, can I see the existing site plan can you bring that back again, please? Okay, so I have a question for the applicant. So based on, can you zoom that in a little bit, Dave? Okay, so the tree that you are designing the whole project around, is that right in the middle of the existing house?
That's correct.
And what is the size of that tree? Do you have any picture of that?
There's a picture on the site photo folder, and I can get you a CRZ while we're talking here. The DBH of that tree is 28.
28-inch diameter?
Yes.
diameter, yeah.
Diameter, breast height.
Okay, and then around the house, the existing house, I see that it's all heavily oak forest, as you said it in the front.
Yes.
And the front is north, am I right? Up the page is north.
Yes, and we're looking north on that aerial shot as well.
Okay, and then the property line. Okay, and then can I see the new site plan, please? And then this is just a question. So in order for you to do what you like to do, which is you end up with 1, 2, 3, 4, sort of 5 buildings and connecting underground. How much site interruption it will require you to do what you need to do to accomplish your end objective, which is to be a beautifully natural landscaping, knowing the fact that you probably have to do a lot of over excavating based on today's environment of soil report, and over excavating both in terms of depth and width to do all those basement underground connections. So my question is that what do you see with this side of the construction? Do we have anything left, or it's all going to be torn apart and then you got to put everything back?
Torn apart is definitely not what we're after here. I think we can have continued discussions with the civil engineer and the contractor about how much they'll need to over excavate, but I can speak to our current planned excavation numbers, which, as you can see, Mike has already taken a very, very deep dive into things here. And we are proposing 1,400 cubic yards of cut, 400 of fill, which would mainly be going into that pool that we're covering up. So there would be 986 cubic yards exported from the site. We hope that, we can continue to work with Bill, the arborist, to make sure that means and methods don't get in the way of hurting any of these oak trees.
Yeah, that's in a way, it's very good that you have done a lot of work to it, especially for the civil engineering. I haven't seen the arborist report, so I can't tell you which way is what. I know you have an arborist on site, but just seeing your civil, which is a question again, just seeing all the work you have done, when I look at your civil drawings, from the fresh eyes looking at this project, I would assume that the whole site would be ripped apart, based on how much work has been done to get to where you want it. And I know that this is a very important concept for you guys to maintain the site the way you have it, with all the beautiful boulders. And I just, based on what I've seen, I just feel like this might be like creating a Disneyland. You rip everything out, you put it all back, and it'll be beautiful at the end. It's just a question.
That's
Anyway,
a question.
so that's a question, but we can move on. Thank you.
Okay.
That sounded more like a comment. Okay, question. Have you talked to the fire department yet?
Yes, we walked around the property with Alex and Aaron.
And they're okay with their access? I know you're circled on 3 sides, but it's not a particularly level parking area on the north and the west.
Mm-hmm.
So are they okay with it?
Yeah, to clarify, there also is an access that we're planning at the very southern tip of the property. There's an easement that carries around to the west as well. And it's our hope that we could have a pedestrian access there that the fire department could also use if they needed to get to the, let's say, tennis cabana.
And is Ann on the line, please? Can she come back? Are you there? Okay. If I were to tell you that this board would probably ask you to have about 3% of the number of light fixtures that you are proposing, if we are consistent with our other approvals over the last 8 years that I know of, how would you refute that, saying that what you are going to be proposing is consistent with almost no light in order to maintain and preserve the low intensity residential semi-rural character of the community, which is the stated general plan requirement for our community, please? How would you address that, please?
It's a great question. I would say that in the end, even with the high number of pictures that we're showing, our site is probably going to be darker than 90% of the projects that you review.
Okay, and do you have inspirational photographs that you could share with us next time of installations similar to this, please?
I can.
You can or cannot, can't?
I can. I will show you inspirational photographs, absolutely.
And do you know what a photometric plan is?
Of course, I run them all the time.
And could you run one for this project? And to demonstrate that we are not approving something way out of line, would you be able to propose a modest amount of path lights, which is what would be normal for our project, and show us that photometric as well?
I'd be happy to do that. And if you would allow it, I can show you what we showed MBAR years ago on a project where we did show the layouts of path lights and the brightness, and then another layout of taller path light brightness. And then we'll show you the brightness of what a moonlight does.
Okay, not at today's meeting, but
No, yeah.
Okay, so you would be able to provide us a full range of lighting, technical lighting information. I know how to read photometrics, so that would demonstrate that you're at or below what we normally do. So is that's the question, yes?
Yes, I'd be happy to do that for you.
Okay, public comment. Is there anybody here that would like to address the board on item number 3, 607 Coles or Cowles, depending on which side of Montecito you live on road, please?
I don't have anything, John. Nobody's here. I don't see.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, we are now down to board comments. Don.
Thank you, John. My major concern is the site lighting. The homes that surround this are down lower, and as the site falls away on all sides, really, except the south side. And these are older homes that have a porch light outside the door and, you know, maybe a security light, but they're not estates that would light up the whole hillside like this potentially could. So that is very much a concern. I also am concerned about when you start digging a tunnel and you come across an oak, major oak root, what do you do at that point? And because they're crisscrossing this site pretty well, as has been told, what would Bill recommend doing, and how do you ever forecast what root system is going to be where on the site? Thank you.
Alida, please.
I think breaking up these buildings like this is great fun and very creative and not usual. I shared Don's concerns, Chip's concerns to be building essentially 6 buildings in an oak grove. Good that you have Bill on board, but I'm anxious for you all in saving this forest.
Is that it?
Yep.
Oh, okay, thank you. David?
Well, I want to start by saying I think it's a very creative, sensitive project, and I'm very intrigued with it. And I can totally support the layout of the buildings and having them separated, and the tunneling and all that. I have the same concerns about the grading, and I think what Tip alluded to is when you come back that you provide support from your arborist and from your civil engineer that you can achieve this design without destroying the site and then replacing it. I would ask you to explore ways to balance the grading on site if possible. You know, if there's other places you can place some of that export. And then my other main concern is the lighting, and I think John already asked for what I was going to, is a lighting study, comparative lighting study, so we can understand that this will not have more impact than what we typically approve as path lights. But overall, I congratulate you all on preserving the site and keeping vehicles off it. I think it's just really a great design. Is just want to make sure that you can achieve it and all the technical issues. But I really like the design. Thanks.
Claire? Claire? Are you on mute, Claire? Okay, I'm going to come back to her. Bill?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, Claire.
Yeah, I'm not on mute. I've been trying to get your attention for a long time. Anyway, how many oaks are being proposed to be removed?
There's
May
only
I-
one, only one.
okay.
Sorry, go ahead, Andrew.
What?
One.
Only one. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Then, so, so everything on this drawing is then going to stay on site, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is probably you're gonna have to go find this out. I need to know how deep these trenches or hallways or whatever we're calling them that are under the ground, how deep above grade are those tunnels going to be? And where you're proposing them, are there oaks on top of them?
Okay, so that's kind of a question. So what?
Well,
I
I don't know. Well, that's the comment I've got.
I think the comment is.
My comment, John, then is that I see where the tunnels are going to be. I see where the oaks are above the ground. I want to know is what the clearance is they're proposing between the oak that's on top of the tunnel. I want to know what the space is in there, because from my point of view, I think we're going to lose oaks. Somebody else, and right now, that's what I'm trying to get to, is I'm trying to find out how deep those tunnels are. And right now they're showing oaks right on top of them or right next to them. I don't think those oaks are going to survive. So I'm asking them now to tell me how deep those tunnels are so that I can understand how to protect these oaks.
Okay.
It maybe look like a question, but that's my comment. I am very concerned about the protection of these oaks and given their proposal.
So I would summarize it as, please have the civil engineer and arborist work in close collaboration to determine the potential impact on the oaks. How's that sound, Claire? Does that sound pretty good for your comment?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, Bill, please.
Yes, okay, thank you. Yeah, I agree with what I'm hearing from the other board members. Certainly the lighting is of concern. If you can take a study of that and get back to us, that'd be great. I like the concept of these like little village kind of around the site here. I too am a little unsure about how successful those tunnels will be with the oak roots. My gut feeling is that maybe it's more of a combination of some above ground connections, and maybe it's glass on two sides of a roof system, almost like a trellis that's enclosed, and maybe some are underground. I don't know, but I'm gonna let you guys work with that. But I think, like I said, I like the creativity of it. I'm just not certain of the execution is going to be easy to do. So think about that. Maybe the clustering or the grouping of the the units, maybe the guest house is further away than the main house portions, maybe rethink how those buildings, which ones are next to each other and how some are shorter distance away. Maybe those could be more connected, and the one that's further across the way, you could eliminate a full tunnel by not even having that connected. So anyway, just that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Tip?
Yeah, as you mentioned, John, my question kind of lead to my comments, and I definitely like the concept, but I also feel that the concept and the execution are completely in opposite of each other, and that's what my concerns. Normally, the way I see it, if you try to preserve all the oaks, you build around the oaks, which is fine. Then you have to look at how you do the footings, how you minimize everything, and make sure that you have a minimal interruption to the natural oak growth. So the concept is there, but then the execution is now you have a lot of tunnels you tie together. And because you're doing all of that, then I really have concern about how what will be remaining after the applicant finishes the grading. That's my big concern. My second, it's not a concern, just a comment about the oak tree in the middle. When I look at the site plan, I envision the oak tree in the middle, probably like 60 inches in diameter, going to drape the whole site, but I didn't know it's only 28 inches. That's what I heard. So the oak tree is actually 28 inches. Oak is not that big, but it's fine. You save everything you can save, but the design is around that 28-inch oak tree. And then you put everything in all the other oak trees. And I do see, as Claire mentioned, with the tunnel right next to all the oaks. I'm just a little bit really concerned about the direction. With the project, that the design is fine, I have no problem with the massing, the scale, anything like that. The FAR is okay. It's just for the design team to execute this project. As I mentioned, I really believe that there's nothing left, and then going to be recreated again, and to surround it by 28-inch oak right in the middle, which is much smaller than what's been shown. I mean, the big circle. But those are my comments.
Thank you. Okay. I think that we need a section through the entrance to the parking garage that would run southwest to northeast, and maybe a couple of those going the other direction through that parking area, just so that we more fully understand that next time. I do not, okay, so the county of Santa Barbara has basically two inland zoning ordinances. One is for most of the county, and the other one is only for the Montecito land use area. To the best of my knowledge, and Kimberly, please correct me if I'm wrong, Montecito is the only one that prohibits detached structures like this. That it was something, if I remember, it was in the 90s, the Montecito Planning Commission basically nixed this idea. I would like you guys to explore with the planning staff, it looks like Alex is your planner, whether or not it's modifiable to have this site plan with our full support without having all of those tunnels. Now, it may not be, but I would love to have you guys give that a shot and see if that works. My second comment is, Anne, when you're doing your light study, I think we would probably approve 4, maybe 5 moonlights at 12 feet height at maybe 2 watts, maybe 3 watts per fixture. And maybe, what do you guys think? 20 path lights for this project if it was a normal project. So in your lighting photometric study, please use those number 4 or 5 moonlights, maybe 20 path lights. And the path lights usually have between 1 and 2 watts LED, the ones that we've been normally approving. This is not very much light that we normally approve. This is Montecito, not other areas of Southern California, and we would like it to remain that way. I do believe this is an extremely interesting project. I think it's going to be great when it's done. I think that there are a few things that we're going to work out here, but I'm very supportive of it in terms of mass, bulk, and scale, organization, site planning, massing, consideration of the site, preservation of the oak trees, preservation of the rocks. I think it's going to be really exciting. I'm just hoping that we can get the technical aspects figured out. We are on at concept. Would we like to see it back here at preliminary, or would we like one more shot at concept? Members of the board, please.
I vote preliminary with the support from their consultants regarding the concerns we've mentioned.
Others?
Preliminary is
I
good.
agree.
Preliminary, okay. So let's get this back on for preliminary. Now, that does not mean you're going to get preliminary approval, but it means that you have the opportunity to get it if you solve everything. If we didn't get it on for preliminary, you would not have that opportunity. So thank you, very nice project, and we will see you when you get back.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. We had a project C1. Sharon, talk to me. Are everybody back around on
Dave,
that?
you wanna,
Nice, we
What?
have Katie Knoll,
Dave, why don't,
yeah, C1.
so I uploaded the file. I can share it with everybody. It is a more complete
Just one
drawing.
second, Bill. Is everybody, applicants, neighbors, attorneys, is everybody around?
Chris is here. And I don't know, was Lori, Chris, in your group too? Lori? Okay, Lori, I'm muting you. Can you unmute yourself?
I'm here.
Thank you. And then there is also Katie. Katie's here.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. You're ready to go. Thank you.
So, I mean, I could cut the.
John, are we now taking this as though we'd never seen it and starting over? Is that what's happening?
I don't know. They
Yeah.
have a preliminary approval. I want to see if there's any reason that we made a mistake. So what we did not give them we did give them a preliminary. We felt that it had insufficient details to give it a final to be consistent with all other approvals. I don't know what people are concerned about and why this needed to be heard again, but please, if there's a neighbor that doesn't like it or something, et cetera.
John, this is Katie Knoll, the planner. If I could
Thank
just
you.
briefly explain what happened. I
Yeah.
mistakenly uploaded the incorrect plans. They were the plans that were previously approved,
Okay.
not the updated ones. So
Yep.
the ones that are currently being shown are the final plans that have those details. And when we were reviewing them, there was a technical difficulty and the agent could not raise his hand to speak to that issue.
Okay.
So,
Who's got the drawings? Bill?
I do. I can cut to the chase.
Yeah, just keep going. Just
Yeah.
keep going. You were part of the review.
We've got details now, which we
Okay.
did before. And my computer is freezing up here for some reason.
Okay, keep going, please.
Yeah, I'm trying. It was freezing up. There we go. More details. Roof materials, window and door schedules, lighting. I believe there were colors on another sheet as
Yeah, well, there was
Structural.
my notes show that there was no landscape plan
This
either.
is not very much of an addition though, Claire. It's just really.
Okay,
filling in.
it's fine. In my notes, that's what I've got, and maybe I need to cross those notes out.
Yeah, so there was a roof and even rake and the window and door. Schedules, somewhere there's colors, I believe as well.
Okay, Bill, can I take over here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there anybody attending this Zoom meeting that would like to address the board on item C1, 50 Miramar Avenue, please?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, and
Okay.
who are you and how are you in relationship to this project, please?
My name is Lori Morrison. I'm the architect that collaborated with Britt on this project, and I apologize, I'm at the airport, so I'm going to do the best I can.
So can I maybe make your life a little easier? You are
Yes.
supportive of this project, correct?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, so let's just put you on hold for a second. Is there anybody else that would like to address the board on this project, please?
Yeah, hi, this is Chris Price. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm the agent for the owner. And I just wanted to let you know that I'm here now, and hopefully these plans are sufficient for you to give final approval. The other thing that I have that's not on that plan, way back when at Conception, you asked for a neighborhood FAR study. And I have that here. If you want to see it, I could share my screen. It
So
didn't.
can I ask you a question? You are supportive of this project, correct?
As agent, yes, I am.
Okay, is there anyone else that would like to address the board, please?
John,
What, Sharon?
no, John, thank you.
Okay, Bill, Claire. Seeing what we see, would you recommend not only preliminary, but also final?
Yes.
Claire?
Yes, with the details, absolutely.
I would like to make a motion for preliminary and final approval as submitted for item C1, 50 Miramar Avenue. Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
I'll second it.
Is there any further discussion, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, please. Carries unanimously. Chris, Katie, and I don't see your name down there with the dog. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay,
John,
sorry for the problem.
I have a question for that Sharon might know the answer to. Do you need to take an action to rescind your previous motion?
Do we have to do what?
Do you need to take an action to rescind your previous action?
No.
Why don't you ask David, and if we do, we'll do that.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, okay.
Somebody's got their mic on somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for that little quick side. Okay, so we are on item 4. Tip has a conflict with this project and will recuse himself. Item 4, please.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So my name is Drew Shear. I'm here with Chris Richards. We are architects and agent for the owner for our proposal here at 1685 Fernald Point Lane. Just as a quick overview, the project is situated on a lot that is an oceanfront property. It's a beautiful site. It's 2.5 acres. There's an existing one-story main residence. There are 2 detached garages on the site. There is an existing detached guest house and a detached pool cabana down by the water line. So if we go to sheet G002, we can look at some of the photography of the existing site.
You want to? If you know the page number for the PDF, it's easier for me to.
Page number 3. I'm sorry. Yeah.
There.
So the images there in the center are of the main house on the site looking north. So the house itself orients north-south. So it was built in the 20s originally, and then it's had some work done over the many decades that it's been there. But it's sort of a low-slung ranch style. And let's see, so if you look at the image there at the bottom center is the pool cabana, or not the pool cabana, the cabana that's down by the ocean.
On the right, yeah.
Right, and this is fine. So you can see there's a large central lawn that runs from the main house all the way down to the ocean break, essentially. And so it's a very open lot. on the southern portion, and then most of the structures are centered sort of in the center and to the north of the lot. There's also a small existing pool there that you can see on the northern end of the property. So if we go to the following sheet, please. So this is a preliminary FAR study that we did of the adjacent properties. And so if you zoom in on the diagram there on the bottom left, or we can do either or.
Yeah, that one, Dave, good.
Yeah, so you can see the FARs that we've listed, most of the properties along Fernald Point. Ours is there in the center. So currently we're at 124%. What we're proposing nets out to 133. The average of all of those properties that you see there is about 147. There's a few that are much higher, a few that are lower, but that's sort of where we stand with our proposal. And the numbers, the breakdown of the square footages is to the right of this on the sheet, if you'd like to see those. So just quickly here on the left side, we're currently at 124%, and then with all of the proposed improvements, we're at 133%. And if you zoom out and go to the upper left, we can look at the existing plan diagram. And so this shows you the upper portion is the main house floor plan. So the yellow there is the existing, one of the existing garages, the yellow and the turquoise color, both garages that will be removed. The footprint up in the upper left-hand corner there is the existing guest house. We're proposing that this structure be moved to the opposite side of the front yard and will be converted to a gym. So we'll reduce the size, but it's within the 800 square foot limit, and it'll be moved to the opposite side of the front yard of the property. And then across from that, so yeah, if you can scroll to the right, so this is the proposed layout. So the first floor there in the center, you'll see in the red there are additions directly connected to the main house. The orange portion there is a proposed ADU, so that'll have a separate exterior entry and not directly connected to the addition. Above that in purple is the second story of the proposed addition. And then below in green is an underground garage area that will be used for garage, storage, and mechanical space. And we're going to tie that into the existing basement that you see there. That white box essentially is the existing cellar that's underneath the main house, the existing main house. So we go to, let's see the sheet. We can go to the following sheet just for a quick bird's eye view of the property to give you a clear idea here. So this is oriented, rotated 90 degrees here. So we're looking sort of east is to the top of the sheet. But you can see the neighboring property to the north and the south of the page here. The house is a horseshoe shape that looks south toward the ocean. There's an existing pool to the north. You'll see those two little appendages coming off the main house. Those are the two garages. And then the little guest house there up by the road there.
And the tennis court is on a separate parcel.
Correct. So I don't know if you can see that. There's a flagged lot, a half-acre lot that's directly to the west. So that is a separate property. So the tennis court that you see there, that's all within the adjacent property. And so go to the next page, please.
Oh, I see.
So our proposal here is to provide a new motor court in the front of the house, remove the existing pool. You can see there in the light red color where the additions are to the main house. So we're adding to the entry of the home, providing a new design for the entry off of the motor court. The red flag shade there, it's just south of the main entrance, is the two-story addition, which includes the ADU on the first floor. There'll be an outdoor patio area there. And then just below that on the sheet, you'll see there's a large existing coastal oak tree that we're going to maintain. So we've had some discussions with the arborist about how best to do that, and he's comfortable with what we're proposing. And as part of our proposal here, we're also showing the tennis court that we're moving essentially from the adjacent property into the front yard of 1685 Fernald. So the client owns both properties. And so there'll be a separate proposal for 1675. But as part of this, we're moving the tennis court essentially from that property from 1675 to 1685. And then you can see there in the blue dashed line, that's where the existing guest house is there to the left. So we're moving that to the top of the page, to the other side of the property. And that will be converted to a gym. And then the other blue dashed lines were the existing garages. And then one final note on this sheet is you can see there just below the proposed two-story addition, there's an underground entrance to the garage below the addition. So we can go to the next page. And this is a diagram simply showing the existing specimen trees on the property, all of which will be maintained except for there's a large eucalyptus tree there, sort of on the bottom left. We've had our arborist look at this, and it's his opinion that there's substantial fungal growth and deterioration in the trunk of the tree, enough so that it poses a risk to our client's property and as well the neighbors, because it's a very large eucalyptus tree. And so that will likely have to come down as part of the development. And there are two small coral trees as well that were the proposed tennis court. It's proposed that both of those will come down, but all of the other existing, the cypress trees, there's some existing redwood, magnolias, and some other really beautiful trees in the site that we plan to maintain. And so if we can go to the next page, you can look at the existing floor plan of the house. So you can see the horseshoe, the main house, and then off to the left there are the two garages. And if we go to the next sheet, that's an outline of the underground. There's an existing basement there within the footprint of the main house. And so this page, if we can pause here for a moment. So this is the existing horseshoe on the right there, and that red dividing line sort of shows you where existing versus new starts and stops. And so we have a small hall, sort of breezeway that goes from the existing house west into the two-story addition. And then as part of the first floor of that addition, there's an ADU that's within the walls of the addition. And then you can also see there in the post shade gray area of the main house, you can see the addition to the front of the house. And then we're doing some interior remodeling as well. And we'll also be replacing the doors and windows. They're all 30, 40 years old at the very least. So those will all be replaced as part of the proposal. And then we can go to the next page. This is the roof plan of the first story, the main house, and then the second floor plan of the addition. So those will be two separate bedrooms and a patio, the second floor patio off of the south face of the building. Go to the next page to look at some elevations. Oh, I'm sorry. So this is the basement. So the center piece there is the existing basement, and then it snakes its way down into the proposed garage and storage area that is accessed from the entrance and the flag lot that we looked at on the site plan. So this is the north and south elevation. And so the idea with the design and sort of the style that we're proposing is to clean up a lot of the lines of the existing building, to formalize, to modernize a little bit while keeping with some of the existing style and the bulk and scale of the existing main residence. And so you can see there on the bottom left is the main house. So we're removing the eaves and doing integrated gutters and sort of raising the door and window heights, all of which will be replaced. And then on the north elevation there, you can see the two-story addition to the right. And then this also shows you the entry addition there to the main residence on the left.
Building up a parapet to capture that.
Correct. So this will be built with a parapet and a flat roof on the two-story addition, and the same detailing would be done to the entry of the main house. And then the final sheet here. So these are the west and east elevations. The upper image shows you the east, so that's right along the property line. And then the bottom is the west, showing you the western side of the two-story addition, the outdoor patio on the second floor, and how that relates to the main house that you see behind the two-story addition.
You guys done?
And that's it.
Very nice presentation. Okay, questions, David?
I don't have any questions at this point.
Claire?
No questions.
Elida?
No questions yet?
Bill?
Yeah, a couple questions. Go to page 6, Dave, on the plans there. So currently this is a flag lot and the.
No.
No.
No, the neighbor lot, sorry, right?
Correct, correct.
Yeah. And so are they gonna create an easement across that to get your driveway to work? Is that kind of part of this grand scheme?
Correct. So there is, I believe there's an existing access easement there. If not, then that's what we would propose to allow a secondary access to the underground portion of the property as well as to 1675.
Okay, so.
Incorporate a fire truck turnaround as well for that.
Right, and so we can meet our fire clearances and a turnout requirement. You can sort of see there, we're showing in the dashed red line underneath the existing oak tree there by the addition.
Yeah.
So we can provide a turnout area for the fire department to access the flag lot in the future.
Okay. Then have they considered a pickleball court versus a tennis court? Just a question.
We haven't really talked about that. The conversation so far has only been to move the existing tennis court. So we have not discussed that.
Okay. And then Dave, go to the new exterior elevations there. What are your plate heights on that two-story piece? What's the, is it 11 feet there?
Yeah, so the first story has an 11 foot. Yeah, to the right there, you'll see the elevation heights for the plates.
And then what's the upper? So that's 12, that's 12.
33. Oh, no.
Well, anyway, what is it?
Right, so there's a 12-foot floor to floor for the first story.
Okay, 11.
And then another 12 and a half feet or so, or 12 feet to the top of the parapet. So we're within the 25-foot limit from existing grade.
And had you considered, I see some flat elements that you're tying in with the entry and all that kind of stuff. Had you considered any kind of a hip on that second story piece to try to tie in to the existing?
Yeah, we had, except it started getting really tight, trying to fit that under 28 feet to where it lowered the window headers to the point that we kind of felt it better fit with kind of the that sort of flat roof parapet, especially from a pedestrian view or eye level view. You don't necessarily pick up on a roof above there. We didn't want that to kind of be an element.
Got it. Okay. All right. That was it. Thank you.
Don Chirp? Donald, questions? Okay, I'll jump ahead.
Don was muted. If he can unmute himself, I saw him
Unmute
speaking.
yourself. Thank you, Kimberly. Donald? Okay, maybe he's stepped out for a second. I have a couple of questions. I assume, he's there. Excellent.
I am there.
You are there.
My question is, had you considered breaking the parapet height of the addition so that it's not just one flat wall and continuous parapet height, instead of maybe breaking that up a little bit?
We have not. We could look at that, but we wanted to maintain as clean horizontal lines as we could, because that the main house to the left, right now reads it as a very low kind of clean horizontal, some strong lines there at the parapet. So we didn't want to start introducing differing heights as you move from left to right. We wanted one clean line for the height of each building.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I have several questions. The tennis court, I assume you are proposing a 10-foot high fence?
We'll probably try and keep that low since it sits so close to the front yard.
How
we'll
low
try
is
and-
low for you, please?
I think below 6 feet, right? Isn't that?
That's the number. Okay. Otherwise, it requires a minor mod. It seems to me that you have two architectural styles here. And in saying that, are you doing enough work that you should really be thinking about this as mostly a tear down, which would allow you to come on in and rethink the entire project? Or is that a mischaracterization, please?
We're definitely trying not to do a tear down. We're trying to basically kind of clean up the main house, open it up to kind of that Regency style, picking up on some of those sort of design elements, and then bring that into our two-story addition. The implications of a tear down would be quite considerable, given the lot's location, especially near the floodplain, to us regrading the entire site and having to do kind of this massive sort of amount of work and grading that would kind of, it would just be very impactful as opposed to kind of what we're trying to propose.
And if I were to say, given that it looks to me that one of the basic principles in the guidelines is that all structures on a given site are to have some kind of unification and harmony and consistency. How could you say that we can make that finding with your proposed two-story and your one-story, please?
I didn't catch I think I understood the question. So the addition, because I think that's primarily where we're focused on, the detailing of the opening of you can see there, the double height opening for the balconies, the doors and the windows. Part of how we approached that was the entry to the main house is going to be detailed very similarly, so that you have a similar language when you're, if you're viewing the entire project straight on from the north side of the property here in the north elevation, that you have a similar language developing between the main house and the addition. And so, the materiality will all be the same, the way that the doors and windows all meet the exterior finishes, the recesses, the shadow lines will all be very similar, so that we can tie these two structures together aesthetically.
And that carries through to the patio that projects off that two-story element, matching the sort of, as you see to the right, that kind of curved opening and the awning that hangs over that, trying to marry the two structures together. The basically addition to the main house.
3D models can be very simple as massing models or extremely complex to look like photorealism.
Mm-hmm.
Have you done any models of this, even very simple massing models that you might be able to share with us, please?
Yeah, we've started that, and we'll definitely share those at the next.
Okay, I think that would help. Okay, public comment, please. Item number 4, 1685 Fernald Point Lane. Is there anybody attending this Zoom meeting that would like to address the board on this item, please?
John, I don't have anybody here, thanks.
Okay, close public comment. We are now back to board member comments. David?
Yeah, when I first saw this, I was having a hard time understanding it, but as you described clipping the eaves and relating the door and window details, I'm starting to get a sense of that, but I think John picked up exactly on what I would request is 3D model images that really give us a sense of the project other than just an elevation. I think from a mass bulk and scale and the site planning and impacts the community, it appears that the project doesn't have significant impacts. It's more of the aesthetics of the old working with the new.
Mm-hmm.
I would definitely want to see story poles just to confirm the two-story portion. I think if you have a pitched roof, you get relief on the height. I don't know if that helps you get a hip roof or explore options for a hip roof on that second story. But I just need a little more information to be able to support the new with the old. I'm intrigued by it, but And I think the north elevation feels more successful right now, but that south elevation, I'm not totally convinced. But again, it's all about the architectural style. I think everything else, pending story poles and confirming the height on site, I think everything else I feel is going in a pretty good direction.
Okay, excellent. Claire, please.
I kind of agree with all the, I mean, I would like to see the building on site. I mean, I'd like to be able to walk around the building and walk around this. I mean, it's almost 3 acres. So it's probably the largest site on Fernald Point. And I'd kind of, you know, before I make any further comments, I'd like to be able to walk the site to really understand the surrounding area and the relationship of the two different elevations to each other.
Okay.
Lida?
I really like the design. I think it's bringing it into the 21st century. I wish you the best. I hope this works for you.
Thank you.
Bill?
Yeah, a couple things. I too, you know, as John and David have mentioned, not quite sure about the flat roof. I mean, the south elevation to me looks a little bit like it clearly was an addition, and it's not really married in my mind yet. Maybe I need to see the 3Ds to kind of get a feel for that with the existing house, and maybe there's some way to make that element tie in better. And as Don maybe was alluding to, maybe there's some kind of a treatment in the parapet design that could help. I don't know. So I'm not quite certain of that. And then if you go to that sheet, page 6 again, David, the tennis court to me feels a little bit crammed in there. And that's why I asked about a pickleball, because it's obviously much smaller. It just, there's not a lot of buffer there. You've got a lot of paving next to paving. And, you know, by the time, even with a 6-foot fence, yeah, you could probably screen it with hedging. It just seems like it's just kind of jammed in there, and it would feel a little cramped to me. But, you know, again, I'll rely on other board members' thoughts there. I would like to do a site visit as well to see how that second story with story poles looks. You know, generally speaking, the rest of it, I'm fine with. The driveway access with the subterranean parking, I think is all fine. I don't have any issue with that. And generally the rest of the remodel pieces I'm fine with. It's really just that 2-story element in the tennis court. That's all. Thank you.
Donald?
Thank you. I do have a problem with the dissimilarity of the addition to the normal typical house that we see with a 4 and 12 roof and so forth. So I am yet to be convinced that is the perfect solution here, but time will tell for the site visit.
Okay.
I just want to echo Bill's comment about pickleball. I think that that tennis court does not seem right. I think a massing model, which I was asking the questions, is extremely important. And I don't know how far you need to go. I think maybe if you could just, I assume you're going to use SketchUp, go and push in the doors and windows. You don't have to render them at all, just show the recess. And I think that's going to help a lot. I think that a site visit is called for. And if we could have, I think all 4 eaves, is that the right word? Parapet. It's not an eave, I guess. The parapet on the second story is the extent of the story poles. Does everyone agree with that, please?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And so please arrange that with the planner. Is there anything else before we move on to the next one, please?
I would add to your comment about the story poles, John, unless they want to rethink that addition, you know, I mean, we're still gonna wanna see story poles, but, you know, if they come with a slightly revised design, even better too, so anyway.
Would the board like them to come in with a HIP design for us to review in as an alternative as part of their massing models? So there would be two massing models, one as proposed and one with a HIP. Would the board like to see that, please?
Not me, I just want to see the site visit.
Okay, anybody else?
Not for me, John.
Okay, very
Not
good.
for
So,
me either.
okay,
John.
very good. So it sounds like the one massing model, and we'll just take a look at it out there. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
And Tip was recused himself on this project, just for the record. Item number 5, we did have a site visit today on Orchard Avenue. Are the applicant or applicants here, please?
Yes, we are.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And you have a little one with you?
He's napping, thankfully.
Thank you.
For now.
Yes, thank you. Okay. So previous comments, site visit and story polls required, which we did today. Everybody except Don was able to make that. Architecture is fine. Several members of the board expressed concerns regarding size, bulk, and scale. Additional landscaping needed, particularly along driveway. Additional parking space required. There were 2, the current site has 3. So the floor is yours, please.
Okay, so thank you guys for the site visit this morning. We have to admit, we actually didn't realize that we were even supposed to be there, so we weren't prepared to take you through. So apologies for that, and we're happy to get to talk to you this afternoon. Let's see. Also, this is our first project through MBAR, so thank you guys for your patience. Just a quick recap for the project. It's a new build on a site that historically was an orchard. So there's a lot of 1950s cottages that were built, and in the past 40 years or so, we've seen more 2-story houses come up. So now it's kind of a mix of cottages and kind of 2-story traditional houses. So that 2-story design does really allow for a reasonable square footage with these really small lots. As you saw, this is kind of a neighborly part of Montecito with small lot sizes. And so the 2-story really allows us to be most efficient. And so it is a new build, and we understand that it's a previously undeveloped lot. So we are, sympathetic that that is change for our neighbors. So we have been working with Suzanne, who you met this morning, and I think we might hear from, just to kind of mitigate that impact. And we have tried to do that with the design. So it's very inward facing. We've broken up the massing so that 2-story volume, the narrowest portion faces her. There's only 2 windows on that north wall, and one of them's in a stairwell. So that doesn't provide privacy issues. Let's see, we reduced the ADU to a single story. And then to orient the house, we pushed it back a couple of feet off of the front setback. And let's see, and it's also, the height is well below the maximum allowable of 35 feet. So we're at 25, so that's a good 10 feet below. And then on that second story, we do have a lowered plate with dormers to allow us to be more efficient. And then again, to kind of mitigate that impact for Suzanne, we've been collaborating with her on landscaping options. So we have decided to do a ficus hedge along that border of the property. And we kind of mentioned this morning that we're going to pre-order those, so they'll arrive on site at 10 feet, and they are really fast growing. We did, as I mentioned, work with Suzanne, and she was a big part of that decision for that landscaping feature. And then also, it was mentioned at the site visit today, the option of lowering the finished grade of the lot, which would allow us to decrease the relative height of the house compared to Suzanne's. And we did really like that idea. I think it's a great solution that helps us and Suzanne. It doesn't compromise our design, but it does kind of, reduce that height for her. So we did a, cursory analysis this morning after the visit, and we feel that we could take it down, 2 feet without any sort of problems. So we'll look into that and bring that back for our next presentation. And then the other things that we spoke about at the last meeting, landscaping. So as stated, we talked to Suzanne and decided to do a ficus hedge along that north border. And then along the south border, we would like to do a fence. We're proposing a fence with bougainvillea along it. I know, John, that you had mentioned that you like to see like a 5-foot landscaping buffer on either side. We don't really feel like these small lots allow for that. If you look at most of the other homes, very few of them have that on either side. And I don't know if you noticed at Suzanne's, but she's got a fence on her south border with a beautiful trumpet vine. And so that kind of inspired us to do something similar on our property, but we wanted to do bougainvillea. We also just feel bougainvillea is very classic Montecito, that along with that, ficus hedge on the north border.
Which sheet is your site plan on?
Well, this is the architectural site plan, but when we have 2 landscape sheets.
Where are they? Oh,
they were part of the submittal.
Do you know which one? Because you've got 6. I'm just trying to find it. You've got 6 PDFs. If you could tell me which PDF.
They're the last one.
Last one?
I think so.
Yeah, there's that one, and then there should be another sheet, another landscape sheet that we submitted as part of the package. Doesn't look like it's there.
Well, I think I remember seeing it. I just can't find it. Here it is. It was at the end of the elevation.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, but I thought it'd be helpful to see this while you're.
No,
Thank you
that's
very
great.
much.
Yeah, thank you, Dave.
That's
That's exactly, that's one of the pages that I'm going to address at some point.
And and then the other thing is that has changed is that wall on the north side of the driveway, just in the front of the house, that has been moved, and so it's shifted up 5 feet, and so that does give us a bit of room to fit in a little more landscaping, which we could do on either side of that, just depending on how we want to orient the driveway. And so those are some landscaping changes. And then the last thing that we wanted to address was parking. And again, I think as John said this morning, we managed to shoehorn in a 3rd spot. So it does fit, and it does meet with the parking regulations. And so I think that addresses most of the issues, or that's how we address most of the issues. And then I guess I'll just close by saying that, we do feel like we have a beautifully designed home that's really in keeping with the neighborhood, and that we feel enhances it. So do you have any comments?
Yeah, I mean, thanks for the site visit. Sorry we weren't really ready for that. Thank you very much. And yeah, it's just, this is a design we love, and we definitely want to be good neighbors. And, we have been in pretty close contact with Suzanne, and we'll definitely continue that dialogue. So yeah, we just want to throw that out there.
Okay, questions, Tip?
I asked this question at the site. You mentioned the FAR is 1.08. Is it for including everything at the ADU as shown, everything?
Yes.
Yes. So without the ADU, we're at 90%, but with the ADU, it is, yeah.
And we have
it's only for your site, right? Only half of it.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have a really thorough FAR analysis there of the neighborhood. And so even with the ADU, which most of these that we compare to don't include, we're, well within reasonable range there.
I see, I understand. Can I see the calculation real quick, the FAR calculation?
Yeah, go up the page. Yeah, I'd like to see that page too.
So the house
8. Okay.
is a 2,000 square foot home.
That's correct. And then with the 600 square foot ADU.
Okay, can I see the site plan again, please?
Oh, geez. Hold on a second. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the site there.
Okay, maybe the floor plan that would help.
I can get you back to the
landscape. This is such a great, it's very clear to read it, be able to read this one. So you can really see what's going on with this lot.
Does this work for you, Tim?
You have a floor plan, Dave?
Yeah.
It would be the third or fourth. Oh,
Hmm,
not that one.
let me try.
It's lightly in that one, actually.
Just keep going. Sorry. Unfortunately, it looks like it exploded. There we go.
Here we go, here we go.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, so you have a ground floor bedroom, then you're gonna have a upstairs, you have 2 bedroom upstairs,
That's right.
and then you have an ADU in the back. So the main house is around 2,000 square feet.
That's right. Yeah.
And plus the over carriage of 300 square feet from the accessory building.
That's right.
And you have a 1-car parking.
We have 2 carports, and then 1 uncovered spot in front of the ADU.
Oh, I see. And you mentioning that you can lower the site a couple of feet now to bring it more in line with your next lot.
Yeah, we can do that. I mean, it sort of introduces a bit of a grading project, but that's no big deal. I mean, we like I say, we want to work with Suzanne and try to, mitigate her concerns. So we're definitely willing to do that.
And what is the setback for the main house? The side yard setback?
It's 5 feet on the sides. So, we dropped that finished floor. We're probably going to have to introduce a low site wall on the north side. I think just so that we can get a little swale there away from the house.
And how wide is the driveway coming into the garage?
It's 10 feet all the way back, and
does it meet? Have you talked to the fire department? Is it?
Yeah, but they approved it. Yeah, we've gone through that, and then Public Works we went through with them, and they've approved. We got the encroachment permit, so we've gone through
And
those.
how much planting do you allow from the property line to the edge of the driveway?
Is that still on the south border there? Are you asking?
Yes, yep.
Yeah, so that would be, it's just, it's gonna be the bougainvillea there, and so we'll try to just keep it as tight and clean as possible along that fence.
But I see the green strip. Is it 12 inches?
It's about 12 inches, yeah.
So is it 10 feet from that?
The driveway width.
It probably from this green swath so maybe we lose a foot with that planting.
So from the driveway to the edge of the chimney, is there something that looks like the chimney? How wide is that? The clear distance?
The clear distance there is around 8.5 feet. But again, we looked at it with fire and they're fine with it.
8.5 feet, Do you think that's too tight? That's just a question.
I don't know.
How do you get out? Did you back out the driveway or you back into the spot?
We would have, we would turn around in the back.
Okay, those are my questions.
Bill?
Yeah, what is the roof material on your flat portion there, the single story? Is that a corrugated metal that you're using everywhere?
Yeah, corrugated metal.
And is it like a weathered, or is it going to be a galvanized, or what's the?
We like the bonderized finish, and we would do the half round gutter and the round downspout with the bonderized as well.
Can you do that on a 1 in 12 pitch, or are you going to have to do some kind of a underlayment that's pretty much a roof over a roof, maybe, huh?
I mean, I don't think it would have to be as heavy as like a TPO, but we would have, we definitely would be careful with our underlayment on that.
Yeah, because the metal guys don't like anything less than a 2 in 12 even. So, and then I remembered seeing your 3D image there showed kind of a cool little porch in the front, and that looks different on your elevations there. Are you changing that? And
yeah, my sketch is slightly dated. We did away with the covered little shed porch, and we're just gonna have sort of that arbor out there in lieu of that covered porch.
And what was the reason for that?
Oh, because it was extending too far, toward the street.
Was it in the setback? Was that an issue?
Yeah, it was a setback issue, and so we didn't want to mess with that, so we just sort of changed to this.
And a question to Kimberly or somebody in planning there is, can you have the trellis element in setback like that in the front?
It's not attached to the building.
Yeah, so we went through this. Are you asking me or somebody else?
I was asking Kimberly. Is she
Oh.
there? Kimberly, are you there?
I am there and I was trying to rack my brain. I don't believe that trellises or overhangs can be in the front yard setback. I'd have to check the ordinance again. I know that you can have eaves and overhangs inside yard setbacks, but I don't believe you can in the front. But I can read the ordinance and get back to you.
So we were told by Cassidy, if it's not physically attached to the building, it could go 4 feet beyond. So that's sort of what I'm showing there in that south elevation detail 4. But yeah, I mean, we definitely want to comply with that, so we can make adjustments there as needed.
Okay. And then last question, well, 2 questions. I noticed you had your AC in the side setbacks there as well. Did I read that right? AC unit condensers were sitting in the side. They're right there. Ooh.
Sorry.
Anyway, you know where I'm talking about, right? There you go. It's right behind that toilet.
Oh, those are just trash. It was just sort of showing diagrammatically. It's not
Okay.
not
That's
condensers. The condensers would be outside of the setback.
Okay, got it. And last question is, did you use the turn template on that? So you have 2 carports, and looks like those can get out of there, without too much trouble. But that third space that sits in front of the ADU, have you looked at how you're going to get that out and turned around without 20-point moves to get it out?
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, I'm not worried about the turnaround there. It's just, we have a tight lot and the parking requirement's pretty heavy here, so we'll just make it work.
So are you required to have 3 spaces then?
Yes.
We're required to have 2 covered and 1 uncovered on our site, yeah.
And not a tandem, no tandem would be.
No tandems. I mean, unless we did a variance or something, but we don't want to do that.
Yeah, okay. All right, that was it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Claire,
Are we in questions?
questions, please.
I can't keep track these days. There was one question. After the site visit, then we talked about the driveway and the fence on the neighbors and all of that, and I came back and looked at the plans. And your plans show that you're proposing along the property line, so I guess it's the south, a 6-foot wall. Is that still part of the issue here? And then you're going to do a 6-foot wall, and then you're going to plant the bougainvillea inside of that 6-foot wall. Is that correct? Is that the plan?
No, it's just it would be if you cut a section through there, we have driveway and then the wall comes above 6 inches, and then this is the south lot here. This is the north lot. The height of this wall, it's about 42 inches from the south lot. And then it extends above that finished grade on our north lot by about 6 inches.
So it is a 6-foot wall facing the undeveloped lot then.
No, 42-inch max.
42. So what I'm seeing is incorrect on the plans then. Okay, that's all. That was my question, was the height of that wall. Okay, and it's now 47 inches.
Oh, okay, all right.
But I guess in saying that, we're looking at lowering our building pad so that wall would get much lower.
Well, I understand there's a lot of changes going on, but on the plans, it says you're putting in a 6-foot wall. And maybe now you're not, but.
It would be a typo if it says 6 feet, but yeah.
Yeah.
You done, Claire?
Yeah, that's the only question I got, John.
Elida, please.
No questions?
Don, please.
My questions have been answered. Thank you.
Or have they been asked?
Pardon?
Never mind.
Yes.
David,
Yes, okay.
David,
I'm good for now. Thanks, John.
okay, site visits are extremely interesting. Every now and again, it's a big yawn. And more often than not, it's like, oh, geez, I never realized that. So, questions that have come from that. You own 2 lots. We had discussed about a shared driveway. Have you given any more thought to that, please?
Since we left, a little bit, but like I say, we haven't gotten too far into plans for that south lot. So obviously it's a tight lot. And so our design, I feel like I can't answer with too much conviction this early without thinking about a design for that south lot. But, I feel like it could, while it could provide sort of an easier encroachment and all that for the orchard, I just worry that it might sort of pigeonhole us on design opportunities for the south lot and sort of compromise privacy for both. So I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. When I was there, the main house is a 2-story structure right at the front of the property. A 1-story or maybe 1.5, 1.25 story ADUs in the back. And the 7/8 of the property, 3/4, 7/8 of the property has a driveway along the entire length. Have you considered an option to get the ADU in the front of the property, which would then be 1-story, which would then make the neighbor not have the privacy concerns, get the rear, the house in the back, and try to eliminate half of that driveway and grab that for private open space? Have you considered that?
No, that would compromise the design significantly. So that would be a consideration I would not entertain.
Okay. And do you know the difference between a ministerial approval and a discretionary approval, please?
The ADU is ministerial and this house is discretionary.
And what discretionary means is you go through and you check off all the boxes as if it were ministerial, but it still needs to meet neighborhood compatibility. And if I were to say that it is clear to me that you've checked off all the boxes correctly, but as I walked up and down the street, the house did not seem to fit in this neighborhood. It seemed too aggressive. What would your comment be in relationship to that, please?
I would say that it's a vacant lot that so it looks jarring to see these storicals up on a lot that's been vacant forever. And our FAR analysis would reveal that even with an ADU, we're well within our coverage. And so I think it fits in very nicely and actually adds a lot to the street there.
Okay. We do have a comment letter and we may have someone that wishes to address the board. There was a woman from next door. Is she on with us, please? We are now in public comment. Do we have someone that wants to address the board, please?
Suzanne's here. I'm unmuting her. Suzanne,
Okay. Suzanne, please make your comments. And I'm assuming we don't have
Hi.
to read your letter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I wrote that letter before the meeting today. I feel very good about the way everyone is working together and the communication. So, I know it's a long process. It's just jarring to see story poles so high next to my property, but I understand everything that everybody is considering as far as the grading. I feel very confident that this will end up being a beautiful project, just because Nick and Kelsey are so communicative and sensitive to their place on Orchard. It's just, you know, I had concerns. And so it seems like most of those concerns have been addressed today.
Is that it?
I think so. I think this is like a long moving process, and I'm just watching it unfold. You know, I think in the end it'll be a beautiful project, but I do have concerns about, you know, the effect of projects going on Orchard that will change the nature of this neighborhood. It's very quiet. It's very semi-rural. It's very modest. And I would expect homes that are being built here to be, you know, modest as well. So that's it.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to address the board on item number 5, 630 Orchard Avenue, please? Okay, seeing none. So,
John, there's other comment letters,
I thought that there was only, oh, excuse me.
I believe.
Please, those are supportive. I apologize. Please, let's read those. Okay, we welcome the improvements on which have remained empty. Will improve his property in the neighborhood, and we support his right to build a 2-story home. There are other 2-story homes on Orchard Avenue. So Christine and Ed Amos, and is there another one, please? Thank you for reminding me of that, David. Okay, I'd like to express my support for the new 2-story family dwelling at 630 Orchard. However, I do not support adding a swimming pool when we're in the middle of yet another drought. In addition, it seems sad to cut down 8 avocados and 10 citruses, all of which are mature trees. Perhaps some of them can be saved. If it is possible, please email me the link to this meeting. I guess it's Deidre is having trouble getting on. So did she get on, by the way? Anybody? Deidre, are you on? Okay.
I didn't realize I would have to speak, so I wasn't prepared, period.
Are you here, Deidre? Deidre, are you on with us?
She's here, but she doesn't have her hand up.
Okay, so I'm going to close. This is your shot.
You want to speak, anybody? We've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people, 7 people, 5 people, more people.
Elgin wants to say something.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment.
John, there is this one other. Is this the one from?
Oh, comment, no. David, thank you. I'm trying to go too fast. Okay. I am opposed to the 2-story development being the direct neighbor at 639 Romero Canyon, I guess in the back, for the following reasons. The height will devalue our property and privacy with the 2nd story, peering straight into our private backyard and pool area. This area is composed of mainly single-story homes to preserve privacy and noise reduction. The position of the dwelling removes our western view and blocks winter sun from our private pool area and both water and solar panels. Most of all, the 2nd story looks directly into our master bath and bedroom area. This could set a precedence of future 2-story dwellings that could further erode the living standard and character of the area, destroying the peace and tranquility of the neighborhood. Simple to put it is a cheap way to build in this area that is not cohesive with the neighborhood. With the amount of room available, a single-story dwelling would preserve the integrity of the area. David Knoll, and there's a photo, please. I guess that's from his backyard.
Yeah, well, there's the story pool.
Right, and the ADU is actually up against them, and that's the beyond. Thank you, David. Is there anything else that I missed?
That's it.
Okay. Now can I close public comment? Okay, back to the board. Comments, please. There was a lot out here. We are on for preliminary. Tip.
Dave, can you, okay, matter of fact, this is a good sheet right here. You know what? I think it was very helpful to see the site today, and I should say that, you know, personally, I like the house. I thought the design is very charming. The architectural elements are nice. And but then the more I think about this, the more I realize that it's you know, the applicant has really a vision of what this house should look like and ought to look like, and then try to fit that design into the site. And that's where I begin to have problem, because it's a beautiful design, but to make it work, it's really requires so many things that could be better if the design has been laid out differently, like John mentioned earlier during the questions. Like, for example, you know, if the site is tight and you consume, probably the way I look at that, maybe 30% of the site for driveway and parking, just because the parkings are all the way in the back. And because of that design criteria, it makes the driveway coming in so narrow by the time you build the wall. You have little planting, and then your house, you're down to 8.5 feet, which is, to me, is very, very tight. You know, the applicants, they live here, they might get used to it. Anyone else that back in and out of that driveway probably will hit the house or hit something, because 8.5 feet is even tighter than compact parking. Most parking we allow at least 9 feet wide to get through. So that is really a concern for me. I'm glad that the applicant willing to lower it down a little bit. 2 feet helps. I think we'll make it a little less big in terms of the next door neighbors. But I'm still have a concern about the overall layout, you know, the programming of the site. And I thought if this might be a better way to make it work better. And, you know, for example, I know that the applicant don't want to do this, but if you share the driveway with the next lot, then you can really make it much more roomier, more room in the pool, the driveway, and so forth and so on. But it does compromise, you know, a little bit, maybe compromise, maybe not for the next door lot. It might help the next door lot. Since they own both lots, we might want to give some thought into that, so you don't have a 2 separate driveway running down, you know, 120 feet or whatever the length is to get to the garage. And to me, I think that is the biggest issue with this design right here, the overall site planning. Thank you.
Bill.
Yeah, I agree with Tip on a lot of elements there. Certainly the space between the house and the driveway. I think the structure is a nice, charming architectural style. I don't have any problem with that. The front elevation, actually, I preferred the porch. I know that may not work either way, so you may end up having to shift things around. But it seemed like that little trellis element was kind of fighting with the surround around the entry there. And the porch concept that you did in your sketch was actually, I think, just a real charming look. So if you bring that back, that would be great. There is a lot of hardscape. You know, I don't know, and I don't think that third parking space is actually going to be very easy to get in and out. If you parked behind the first carport, you could probably radius back and have enough backup distance to get yourself out. But the third one that's pushed up against the accessory dwelling unit, there's no way you're going to be able to get that one out without probably a 7-point turn or something like that. So yeah, a lot of hardscape. Is there a way to combat that? I don't know. It just seems like a lot of hardscape and not a lot of plant. If there was a way to combine the driveways, I think that could be a good option. Floor area ratio is fine. And I think that, yeah, I think that's my concerns. Thank you.
Claire.
Okay, so I think this whole, the whole site needs to be reconsidered, in my opinion. And being I'm a neighborhood compatibility wonk here, this project is not compatible with the rest of the road. I'm okay with it being 2-story. What the problem that I'm having with the whole project is that it's all paved over and there's hardly any green space. You know, it's up against the setbacks. It's setback to setback, the front of the house. And then, you know, we've got paving, and then we've got a pool, and then we've got more paving. And then the whole back of the lot is paved over by the accessory building. And this is not what I consider to be a house that is appropriate for Orchard neighborhood. You know, and I'm not saying that it couldn't be, but you know, as it's designed and as it's laid out, there is no way that I'm going to vote for this project. It's an urban solution. It's not a semi-rural solution. You know, it isn't compatible with all the little cottages that the owner is representing. There's a whole lot of cottages, you know, and then there's 4 2-story buildings on that road, because I walked it this morning before the site.
Hey, there's 6, but
Well, okay, I'm not going to argue the point. I mean, there appears to be 4 above you and 1 below, but none of them are as tall as your building. And I think got pointed out to you today is that lowering the whole site would actually make from my point of view, would make the building settle in to the neighborhood. The way it is, it's the tallest building, and you can see it from the far end of the road. You can see the story poles, you know, walking down the road. So part of the problem with this design is that it's built up high, and now you're considering, with the support of people on the board, lowering it down. And I think that would be a really good idea. But I still don't see that there's enough open space. And you know, and the fact that you can have the house goes from setback to setback, and then there's a driveway. It just doesn't work for me. That's it.
Lida.
Wow. Well, Nicholas, so this is a conundrum. I agree with Claire. I'm a little softer maybe than Claire would be, but I agree. This is almost an estate design on a sweet little lot on Orchard. And I think that the design of the house is lovely. Your plant palette is wonderful. It's not applicable to the neighborhood. I think it's kind of over designed, overbuilt. That's my worry. And it is a conundrum because you're a young couple and you want to have a lovely home in Montecito, and I appreciate all of that. And I can't go to what you do with the second lot that you own. That's your business, but this design on this little lot, it's doesn't work in the neighborhood.
John, please.
Thank you. This is a conundrum, no question, to steal another comment. I think it's all been said. I think there's too much building on the site. The driveway is a problem. The parking and access, egress of the parking is a real problem. And some people are just going to park out in front. And the lot coverage of having that little bit of lawn in front and the little 12-inch planter along the driveway.
There's no lawn.
Pardon?
Oh, sorry, nothing.
Well, it's green space. Let's put it green space.
I just feel that it's overbuilt, and I know I'm just echoing others, but there's too much, I think, building. I think possibly the second floor should step back and not just be as it is shown. And there are other ways of minimizing the impact of the entire project. Thank you.
David?
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to commend the applicants for working with the neighbors and wanting to do the right thing. I really appreciate that. I think coming out and seeing the story poles, it was obvious to me that the house was too high. But it sounds like you've got a potential strategy to lower the house at least 2 feet, and I would encourage to really lower it as much as you can to the street level so that it mitigates that 2-story height for the neighborhood. And I would, for me to approve this project, that would need to happen. So I'd really ask you to explore lowering the house as much as you can. I think you've made some really significant compromises to achieve this design for your outdoor space, which everybody's mentioned. I would encourage you to look at the shared driveway solution that John questioned you on as a way of increasing the landscape area for this project and also for the other project on the other lot as well, because you're just sacrificing so much to get the cars back to the back of the site. But my main concern is the height. I'm not opposed to a 2-story house in the neighborhood, but it does need to be compatible with the scale of the neighborhood. And so for me to approve the project, you definitely need to bring it down. And sounds like you're willing to really explore that idea. And that's what I would need the next time around. Thanks.
I want to echo everybody. I also, the reason I ask about discretionary versus ministerial is that I feel that this was designed thinking in a ministerial vantage point rather than taking the neighborhood number one. I know many people feel they have a right to the FAR. In fact, they don't. When I first came on this board, there was a project over off of Barker Pass. I can't remember the name of that street. And there was a major fight that ended up in front of the Planning Commission, I think, because they kept claiming they had a right to the FAR. I think that that's used as a tool, and as much as I can, I want to rely on that, but I don't want to have that become something that leads us to a solution that is not compatible. I was asking about a hipped roof as opposed to a gable. I thought that that would lower it. I think lowering the house from my vantage point, if you can take it not just 2 feet, but even lower, that would be better. I think a shared driveway would be even better. Help pull this off, open this site up a little bit so that you get more usability out of your property. I don't think you're getting the maximum usability out of it with the way that you have it. And you would be able to have something that creates a little bit of a compound, which at least the last time I talked to a realtor, they loved that concept. What you have is one house, 2 houses here. You potentially could create 3 or 4. I cannot support this project. My sense at this point is it's not a series of tweaks. Maybe I'm wrong. I am certainly open to it being a series of tweaks, but not only is there this project, but for better or worse, there's a project directly across the street and I think up one parcel to the north that came in with this very large parcel that had a flat roof as opposed to yours, which I think is much more successful the way you've done it. And these two projects combined will set the tone for this street. There are people that love this lower scale, and I understand that when people come in, they want to be able to improve and enjoy their property to the maximum extent feasible. But I'm having a hard time figuring out how this works with the neighborhood. So that's where I'm at, and we can continue you, or if you absolutely disagree with us, we can take a vote. I suspect you would be denied and you can go and talk to the planning commission. I would highly encourage you to take a continuance, see what we can do here. That's a very drastic step to go to have it be denied. I don't know that that's how the board would vote, but I strongly suspect that. And I don't want to leave you hanging here either. I mean, these are tough comments. So do you want to say something just before we move on? We do need to move on, but do you want to say something quickly to us, please?
Well, yeah, I guess, it's very discretionary. And so we need to keep this thing moving along. And I think we can easily lower the building with some grading, and we can look at a couple other things, but I don't want to reconceptualize the site, but I don't feel like I'm getting enough direction from you guys to know which way to go to where I'm going to be able to progress through the next level. It's like vague sort of opinion, subjective comments. It's hard to really, gather much direction out of that. I mean, the drop in the height, that's very clear. There's a couple pretty clear action items, but the rest is so, opinion, subjective, discretionary, that it's hard to really make sense of.
Well, that's our job.
Okay, sorry I can't be more helpful. Good luck. Come on back. You don't have to come back with a full presentation. If you'd like to take a shot at 628 and 630 together with extremely loose block diagrams or something and get back on, I think the board would be happy to take a look at that. I can't remember who it was. Somebody said it's the site plan, and I think that they are correct about this. So, okay, we need to
That was
move
me,
on.
John. It's the site plan. That's the problem with the whole project. It's the site plan.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you for reminding me it was you. Nicholas, good luck with that. We're moving on to item number 6.
So are we just going to continue this?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We have a motion. We need a motion. My apology. So somebody like to make a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to continue this project.
Okay, is there a second, please?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Good luck now. Okay, so item 6 and 7 both deal with 1515 Lingate. The first one is a request for a modification into the front yard setbacks. I guess there might be another something in there. Item number 7 is a final approval for a project that we've already approved at the preliminary level, but that does not include the ADU. I just want to kind of get it out there that this is one kind of big thing. There are clearly 2 actions that we're going to take, but we've got one left. I have been reminded that the meeting must be over in 1 hour and 25 minutes. It better not take that long. Okay. Kristen, are you with us?
I'm here. Hey.
Okay. So thank you for the site visit today. I thought the presentations were excellent. Excellent. Did we get new information, David or Bill?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
excellent.
You want to
So-
go over these planner comments one more time before
I
we
do. So the bottom line on all of this for this portion, item number 6, is whether or not this board can make both of these findings, okay? The modification is minor in nature and result in a better architectural or site design as approved by the Board of Architectural Review, and or will result in greater resource protection than the project without the modification. And that second phrase might be saving an oak tree or something, just as an example, okay? 2, the project is compatible with the neighborhood and will not create an adverse impact to aesthetics community character, or public views. Okay, so Kristen, you produced a number of exhibits. Can we, the floor is yours. Let's try to be as brief as possible, but thorough. We certainly want to
Sounds
give you your
great.
due.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, thank you all for kind of the continuation and for the site visit this morning. I think I'll kind of skip the project introduction unless you feel like it's necessary for me to kind of talk about the scope of this project again for item 6.
Well, does anybody need that scope, or do we know what this project is about?
I know what it's all about.
I know what it's about.
Clear.
Okay, so can you go and take a look at your revised FAR diagram and your revised front yard setback diagram, Kristen? I think that's what.
Page 4 there, Dave.
Yeah, so if we can, skip to page 4. So this morning, as requested by John, we have pulled out and indicated the 4 properties, including our own, that are at 144% FAR or exceeding that. Those properties are 225 Miramar Avenue, 215 Miramar Avenue, and 1505 Monte Vista Road.
And then you also did a revised setback encroachment diagram similarly, please?
Yes,
So we
so
have 4 out of whatever, so and the encroachment, please.
it is page number 15. So these are the portions of the structure where they are violating the front yard setback. This is a revision to the formerly prepared existing non-conforming diagram. So our property has 2 front setbacks, as was mentioned, and I have indicated the 2 front setback where it appears that some of the other properties are also violating, assuming that they are have the same, I guess, corner lot conditions. So I have just shown the red.
So John, is what the applicant saying is that this diagram is showing that where the red is, those are all properties in this neighborhood that violate the front yard setback. Is that accurate?
Is that correct, Kristen?
Yes, that is correct.
That's what it says telling me. Okay, fine. I just wanted to.
And so 15 violates it on 2 sides, and something San Ysidro and Monte Vista also violates it in 2 directions, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And I guess also Monte Vista and Miramar, is that what, yeah, Miramar. So there are some, not a lot, but there are some. Okay.
Question, I know it's not questioned yet, but since we're on this sheet, are any of those 2 stories that are encroaching? Do you know?
If we go to page 16, the next slide, it actually shows those properties that are the 2 stories. So yes, some of them are the ones that are violating. I would say if you guys can bear with me for 1 second.
And the 2-story portion is in the setback.
Some of them are indeed. I believe this one on 215 Miramar has that condition. I believe that 1510 Mimosa is a 1-story. Some of the other ones is 175 Miramar, I believe, is a 2-story that is.
There he is.
Oh, sorry, I heard something. And I believe that San Leandro, these properties are also 2-story.
That's what the purple represents, 2-story.
Yes.
2-story, yeah.
Yeah,
So
2-story encroachments into the front setback.
Looks like graphically.
I think from a modification point of view, if other members disagree, please speak up, is on 15, which shows the encroachment into the front yard setback. And Kristen, I don't remember the FAR. Those are the 2 sort of diagrams. Do you agree? 15, David? 15, not 16? 15?
Click up
15.
one.
What are you trying to say?
That one.
This one? Oh.
That one, and then there's one on the FAR.
Yeah.
Those are, I think, in my opinion, are the operative ones.
You're talking about the drawings we're looking at?
Yeah, the ones
Yes.
that really disclose, is there evidence that there is
Yes.
enough encroachment to allow there to be a finding that this encroachment would be okay? Okay, so Kristen, please go ahead. I don't mean to take your thunder, but please go ahead. And thank you for doing this work, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
Really,
the remain
really- yeah, so good, Kristen, the work that you did with this. all of this.
Thank you very much, Claire. I appreciate that. The rest of the properties that are shaded red on this diagram are also indicating an excessive of 100% of the recommended FAR, or structures exceeding 100% of the FAR. And I think that's, for the most part, the other kind of inclusions in this diagram are showing the two-story one of the comments that we received, I think at the end of last hearing, was a little bit of fear and worry that we would be setting a precedent of having a two-story structure kind of encroaching into a typical front yard setback. And if you could scroll through this diagram just to see the some of the examples of other two-story structures. One is, as was mentioned today by John during our site visit, a historic residence by George Washington Smith.
Is there a specific page you want me to go to?
Yeah, let me tell you exactly which page it is.
One of
We
his
could
more
start with page
modest structures.
17.
Yeah.
So, you know, this is an example of historic residence in Montecito. It is kind of showing that there is no real setback from the house from the street frontage. It is showing and indicating a similar style to what we were trying to do with like an occupied gable form. I think this is a lot harsher and taller than what we are proposing, but I just wanted to point this out as showing that there is precedence for this type of structure in the neighborhood. If we could, and this is also 2 houses down from our property. This is another example across the street from the George Washington Smith residence, again, showing a 2-story structure directly off of the street frontage. It is catty corner to our property off of, this is the Lingate Lane property. This is 1520 Lingate Lane. And if you could go to the next page, this is next door to that house again, right across the street from the George Washington Smith residence. This is 1530 Lingate. And then there are some more examples that these were just 2-story structures in the neighborhood, kind of showing structures that are a lot taller than what we're proposing, just to show that we're not setting a precedent. This is very much in character with the neighborhood. The last pages here are, you know, just a little bit of a, we wanted to show these illustrations of what we are proposing this little structure to feel like and look like. And we have, you know, hearing John's comments and concerns that this would feel, you know, tall and obtrusive. We have, you know, we've kind of taken some means and some swings at reducing this structure. We've brought the eave on the street frontage as low as we humanly can to kind of show that it looks like, you know, you're looking at roof line. It's not meant to intrude into the neighbor's property or do some huge momentous, you know, architectural gesture. We're trying to make this feel humble, small, and, you know, romantic for this property. Its biggest amount of windows are focused towards the yard. And as you noticed today, most of the property is screened by very tall hedges. It is not going to be visible off of any street frontage other than the Monte Vista street frontage. You can't see it from San Ysidro. You can't see it from Lingate Lane.
Kristen, are you done with your presentation, or do you have more, please?
I would say that for the most part, nothing has really changed on our MBAR concept, but if we could go to that plan set, I just wanted to quickly do a flip through and perhaps pause on the last sheet, which is our landscape, if it has come through. Chris Gilliland is our landscape architect on this. I am not sure if he's yet on this meeting.
He is.
Okay. Hey, Chris.
Hey.
So this landscape plan is a bit of an alteration to show, we will spend a little bit more time on this during our MBAR final presentation for the other phase of the project, but this is showing where the pool would kind of situate and fit in with the proposed landscape. So take it away, Chris.
All right. Well, I think we'll get more into the details of this when we present the next phase, our item number 7. This kind of, though, shows the addition of the pool into the plan, and of course the ADU. Otherwise, everything is the same, which you will see coming up for item number 7. Unless you want me to run through it now, and I can do that, but it seems to make more sense to wait.
Let's just do it on 7. I don't think there's anything here that really is about the modification request.
Right.
Do you agree
Yeah.
with that, Chris, or no?
Yes.
Okay, so
It's just the showing the pool location. I think that was one of the items that was requested. So
And the outdoor kitchen, the barbecue,
Yeah.
and the pool, basically.
I think that is the end of my presentation for this. Let me just run through my notes, see if there was anything else. I think that is about it. We have prepared and presented already on the exhibits. We showed the story polls today. You had a site visit, obviously. We did the FAR analysis. We studied 2-story structures and front setback violations as requested.
thank you. Okay, questions, please. Bill?
Question I had was, had you actually considered adding a dormer on that east side of the upper floor over the garage there? It looks like you've got one on the lower, right where you have the approximate 370 square foot arrow there, kind of on that roof. Had you
Yes.
considered a dormer on that face?
We did, and we actually had it included in our last presentation to MBAR, you know, and kind of thinking about John's comments and fear that this was, you know, too big and too tall. In trying to reduce that eave height, we thought it might look a lot quieter on the street frontage and less obtrusive if we removed the dormer. But we are very open to, you know, adding it back in if the board would find it favorable. I think it would kind of add to the charm of this little structure.
Yeah. I think that was all I had. Thank you.
David?
No questions, John.
Claire, please. Questions?
No questions.
Tip, questions?
No questions.
Elida?
No questions.
Don?
Unanimous, no questions.
Well, thank you all. Okay. So the first question, which I asked on the site, but I want to have it done here where it is being recorded. Isn't it possible to put this structure somewhere within the setbacks so that the modification would only be for the pool and the kitchen, please? Is it possible? Is there any way to do that?
It would, yes, there is. We could place it on what I would call the eastern wing of the residence. However, I think that it would not fit in with the character of the existing residence, and it would be a little bit more of a detriment to the way that this is used. That east wing is, as I mentioned today, with you, John, is a newer addition to the house that was completed in the early 90s. It is the only portion of this house that has vaulted ceilings. I think it's just one of those things that it can be done. You are completely correct. Would it be cost prohibitive and kind of come at a, you know, additional, I guess, detriment to the family living inside? I think it's something that they just didn't want, but yes, it is possible. I just do want to note that the square footage request would not change in this matter for the modification. We would still be requesting the 20%. Because it would have to include the square footage of the existing non-conforming garage.
So the garage itself is also non-conforming?
Yes, that's correct. So part of when we do a 20% setback reduction request under the modification, we are asked to count the portions of the existing non-conforming structures as a portion of that. So basically, we have a calculation on If we go to the other plan set on the second to last page, that kind of shows the maximum 20% reduction, how we are accounting for the sizes of the house that are, if we could zoom into this, please.
Zoom into the plan.
Yeah, this red box, if you guys can see my markups on the
Oh, over there. Okay. Yeah.
mod exhibit tabulation.
So are you saying that the garage was not permitted and that you're trying to permit it now? Or am I misunderstanding that?
I believe it's permitted. It's just existing non-conforming. I think this entire residence and garage.
There's a huge difference here, Kristen, because if it was permitted, you don't need a modification for it. If it wasn't permitted, you need a modification. So do you know for sure if it was or was not permitted, please?
It has been on every historical plan set I have seen through Montecito. I believe since the residence was constructed in 1924, I haven't seen like a permit record for like the garage specifically. I guess this could be something I can dig into and.
But it was shown on, Claire, is it 1944, 453?
1946.
1946. So it was before 1946.
Yes.
That garage existed.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's non-conforming, but it's legal. Okay, so
yes.
The next question I have is, your calculations indicate that the neighborhood has an FAR of 111. You're asking for 144. There are 4 projects, or maybe 5, including yours. Why should we allow something in the front yard setback that's just pushing the FAR even farther away from the neighborhood, please?
I would say that this, and a lot of the properties in this neighborhood of Montecito are smaller. I do think that this is a property that, adding this value for this young family would be exceptionally important. It would be a positive benefit to their lives. I do think that, unfortunately, we were given this property and it has been exceeding the 100% FAR recommendations probably since it was constructed. It is currently at 130% of its FAR without any alterations, without this addition of the ADU. I just feel like it is something that other properties in this neighborhood, it's just an older historic neighborhood. And this is something that exists and will probably continue to exist and will be presented to the board for any type of redevelopment or additions to these houses.
I don't mean to be argumentative, but that didn't answer the question about, isn't there a point, in essence, the question is, isn't there a point at which enough is enough? You're already over the average of 111 at 130. Why should we say, yeah, it's good. Let's go to 200. Let's go to 5,000 FAR. Why should you be able to go that much higher? What benefit? I understand the benefit to the owner, I get that. But I don't get the benefit to the community in the sense of, it seems to be pushing into the public view shed. It's exceeding it. It's going to set a precedent probably. Why is that good for me to vote for it, please?
I mean, I frankly think that this, increasing housing in the state of California and accessory dwelling units are a benefit to the community. This is adding one more potential rental unit to a market. Yes, it is in Montecito. It is, a residence in a neighborhood that is, probably not conducive to a very high amount of rental units, but this is at the end of the day adding in that way. I understand and I hear your, concerns about the excess of the FAR, but I think that diagram that we showed proves that 17 out of 28 properties in this neighborhood exceed the 100% FAR.
And
Yes,
four
only
exceed- are
for
where-
exactly what we are proposing. There are 4. And
Okay.
I'm assuming that those properties also came before you for approval before they exceeded that FAR.
I don't know.
Don't
I'm not
know.
aware of them. Okay, and the last question. If we approve this, why shouldn't everybody come in and say, hey, Kristen got 144 and broke in the front yard. I want 144 and break in the front yard. Why shouldn't they look at you and say, you know, let's throw the book out the window and ignore it? Why should we, what is so unique about this project that would say this is only applicable for this project, please?
I would say that, you know, the addition of the ADU, as you pointed out, can go somewhere inside the setback. Wouldn't that also be increasing the FAR to 144% without discretionary approval required by MBAR?
That is correct.
So I would say that, you know, the means that we are taking in presenting this to you is we have tried to present a project that we think is favorable to this neighborhood, to this community. It looks charming. It represents what it has been done in other, you know, at other houses in this neighborhood down the street, as we pointed out. I don't think that I'm asking for something that is unique. We're asking to add an accessory dwelling unit, which is a right afforded by, I believe, every single family residence owner. The thing that makes us unique in this situation is that typically when you add them over an existing, you know, portion of a structure like a garage, they're typically allowed because that garage has been proven to be within the setbacks. In this case, because of the historic nature of the property, which I would say maybe makes it unique, because this garage was constructed in that location, you know, before the zoning ordinances and setbacks. I think that's the only unique aspect that we're asking for, is that, you know, it's just a little bit different than the typical setup would be when you want to construct an ADU over a garage that typically does not have raised or vaulted ceilings, and maybe is more of a, you know, you're not worried about the impacts to the ground floor in this case in adding a second story above it.
Kimberly, are you here, please?
I am indeed.
What is the path forward with this? Assuming the board supports it, do we make a motion, or is this comments to planning commission? What's next, please?
So you'll make your comments for the planning commission, either favorable or unfavorable. And then the modification will be taken before the Montecito Planning Commission for their action to approve or deny the modification request. And they will take into account the MBAR's comments, whatever they may be.
This is Chris Schmuckel, the planner. In addition, I think we would need to get preliminary approval to solidify the comment from MBAR before we move to the planning commission. This is one of the few instances where we get prelim before going to the planning commission.
So that's where I was coming from. You're not on for preliminary, so it's impossible to move from this meeting on. It has to have at least one more meeting here, correct?
Yeah, because it's conceptual, there's no votes taken, so we
That's
have,
right.
we
So
have to give it preliminary or not, you know.
So Kimberly and Chris, do you both agree that we need to give a preliminary approval before it moves on, please?
I'm going to bow to Chris's knowledge of this, of the modification case. I know in other cases with discretionary action, we have moved forward with comments, but it sounds like under the modification path, this one actually needs BAR action.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. This is one of the few instances where we need BAR action before going to the planning commission, and I checked with other staff to make sure.
So Kristen, do you understand that no matter what happens, you have the privilege of coming back and seeing us next week?
Looking forward to it.
2 weeks. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sure you are. Yeah. Okay, so members of the board, I guess we are in comments. Can you support this as drawn? Is there a way you could support it if it was altered slightly Bill, oh, public comment.
You know what? I'm sorry, she cannot come back on the next agenda.
Okay, 2 agendas, whatever it is. Okay, she
That's
has
fine.
to come back. Okay, so public comment, I don't think I did that. Is there anybody that would like to address the board?
I don't see anybody's hands up.
Okay, everybody, nobody, okay. Back to the board for comments. Bill, can you support it? Could you support it if it was altered, please?
So, yeah, so as shown currently, I feel I can support it for these reasons. The fact that it is built over the footprint of an existing historic structure, footprint is going to remain the same. Also because the neighborhood does have FARs that do exceed. Obviously, the average is lower, but there are 4 that do that are at least the same or greater. There are other 2 stories that are in the setbacks. That was also a biggie for me. And then 4th, the fact that they not only built on the footprint, but they dropped the plate as low as possible. So I feel like the impact to the neighborhood is minimal, and that it is compatible with other structures in that neighborhood. So I technically could support it as it is drawn today. I would add that if it was the pleasure of the other board members, that we might consider allowing them to have a dormer on that face again, unless others do not agree. So, and that's my point.
Thank you, Bill. David?
Yes, I agree with Bill. I think the 2 findings we're required to make is first, is it compatible with the neighborhood? And I think the applicants demonstrated that 2-story structures within the setbacks exist in the hedgerow, that their entire street is encroaching in the front yard setback. And this is an unusual condition where that street is designated a street, but in reality, it really isn't a road. And historically, the house has been here. They've also demonstrated that there's other houses in this specific neighborhood that are exceeding the FAR to the same degree. As far as the better architectural design, I think it's a better design to place it on this existing garage the way they have done it, which is very low plate heights, low height, very minimal impact. And I think it would have much more impact to the house if you moved it back. And I think this is just the appropriate place for an ADU that's more detached, and it is very small. So for these specific reasons, for this specific hedgerow location, I can make the findings to approve the project.
Claire?
I agree with everything that my partners in crime here have said. You know, I think both of them were quite eloquent, much more so than I am. And I can absolutely support this project, given all the constraints and everything, you know, because partly because it's historic, and you know, all the rules that we've made, you know, since for over the years, you know, don't apply, you know, for me, and you know, and so for me, I can absolutely support this project.
Tip?
Yes, I do concur with all the comments from other board members, and I truly convinced it when I saw the project at the site visit today, and I thought that the story poles were very modest in scale, and I thought it's kind of charming. So I definitely have no problem supporting the modification to encroach into the 50-foot side front yard setback.
Elida, please.
I weigh in with everybody else's thoughts on this. I would certainly support it. And I wanted to add on that my hat is off to Kristen. She's probably the most articulate and well-prepared presenter that I've seen in my 6 months as a new board member.
Thank you so much, Alita. I appreciate that.
Don,
Thank you. I hate to be so agreeable, but I can certainly acknowledge the fact that considering what's there now and how long it's been there and the fact that it has existed this long, that it deserves the ability for our to put another unit on the top. And I don't think the neighbors will really know the difference. And I definitely think it will be an improvement to the site. I also don't believe that any place else on the site, a second story on the existing or any other solution would be as good as this one. Thank you.
I love being the only one on a 7-man and woman board. I just don't want anything to do with breaking into the front yard setbacks. The zoning ordinance was started in 1947 primarily because of crowding the front yard and the side yards, and I think that this is going completely in the face of that. I think that they've done a good job. I'm not going to say they haven't done a good job. From a planning point of view, I can't support it. Now, we do not have a
Motion for preliminary approval.
We can't do that. It's not
No,
agendized.
we have to. We have to make a motion for preliminary approval in order for them to move for the modification project.
They have to come back because it was not agendized for preliminary. Okay.
No, I'm actually making a motion to make a motion to have them come back with making a motion for preliminary approval. And then
we don't make motions at conceptual hearings, but
I recommend that we make that motion.
What I'd like to do, I found that Bill and Dave's statements were articulate and they both kind of attacked it from slightly different angles. Sub quorum. Neither of those two is permitted to speak to anybody else but those two. I'm wondering if you guys could sit down and create a complete motion as to why this is unique, special, and acceptable in this case, and bring that to the board next time. But I thought that both of you did it. And what I did not hear was the historical nature of that existing structure as one of the items in there. But we do not have a motion at this point because not at conceptual. Kristen, it sounds like you're not permitted to come back for the next meeting just because there's no space. It sounds like you have everybody's support except mine, and we'll try to get you on and get you out of here quickly. And you can start working with Chris on the next step. Thank you very much.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Item number 7. Now we're back. Final approval. We already had a preliminary on everything. We're really down to details on this.
Yeah. And I will keep this lightning fast on my end. I can kind of talk a little bit on the introduction if you guys need.
Good project. One member requested that additional consideration be given to the detailing. One member requested that the applicant restudy reduce the hardscaping. Advised applicant to choose a paint color with LRB of 84 or less. Provide details, landscaping, and plans. So, thank you. Kristen, the floor is yours.
Sounds great. So we can just do a quick flip through, go to the next page. The only change here, there's been no revisions to our project data or anything like that, but in doing the FAR exhibits, I updated the existing square footages per the assessor's parcel information. So this has a slight revision to those numbers just to
Did it go up or
them.
down, please?
It went up 2%.
Thank you.
Okay, if we could keep going, there are no changes here on these pages. Nothing here. This is the survey of the property that you guys have seen is the next sheet. I think our only changes here is that we updated our backgrounds to reflect the updated landscape, which we will spend a little bit more time on with Chris and his presentation. We can keep going.
This is receipt preliminary, so we're really looking at details and window schedules and things like that.
Yeah, so maybe if you guys don't mind, we can skip ahead to A501 includes our exterior details.
Do you know what
which
that is?
PDF?
Oh, sorry about that. Let me tell you exactly what page that is.
Looks like they're listed there now, Dave, on the bottom. 501.
Oh, yes, I see that now.
Yeah.
Thanks. Oh,
Okay, sorry about that. It's page 24, if that helps. Yeah, so, you know, and kind of thinking about the detailing, I wanted to show, we have two roof conditions where we have vaulted ceilings, as I mentioned, in the eastern wing, as well as we have existing drop ceilings in majority of the house. We are keeping the roof framing as is, and we would like to propose to keep, there's a little bit of a chamfered edging detail that is existing on this residence where it's basically like a zero edge fascia before the gutter is mounted, but there is a little detail of how the plaster kind of wraps and creates a little chamfered. So we would like to preserve that as one of the details on this house. The remainder of these is showing a little bit more of how we would like to retain the plaster on the exterior. John, I think you mentioned that one of the things is currently we would like to call it as patch and repair around the windows. However, we know that the reality is that we might need to replaster the entirety of the residence. The details would be consistent either way. It's something that we were going to be exploring with our contractor if we move forward. A701 and A702 are our door and window schedules. There are not really any changes here, but we did include another sheet, which is A703 for our window and door details. This is a little bit more of a thoughtfulness for how we would like to detail our new steel doors and windows. And there's currently, again, a chamfered edge on all of the windows that is existing. We would like to retain that transition from the exterior. So there would be like a bull nose that goes into the window, and we would like to set our steel windows in slightly that cavity. We think it adds richness and a little bit of depth on the facades. So that is what these details are indicating. On the inside, we would have a wood trim piece, which is consistent with what's existing. On A901, we have selected a new paint color. This is by Benjamin Moore, and I believe it is called White Christmas. The LRV as requested by John is 84. Sorry, it is less than 84. If you want to zoom into that, there's more there. And then Chris is here to present on the landscape, and we kind of took your comments to heart, and I think he can speak to this part.
Great, thank you, Kristen. Starting with the hardscape plan, as far as reducing the amount of hardscape, we took a few different approaches, one of which was to, this walkway into the front door was solid and much wider, and we sort of thinned that down and made those more like large stepping stones. We also reduced the back patio. It used to sort of continue over to these extra patios, and we put sort of planting areas in between, and made this sort of pathway in through here, just sort of flagstone with vertical or planted joints. And I think we thinned up this area here a little bit, and I think made this a little bit thinner. And that was most of it. I think we, I don't think we were too far off last time, and to me, it wasn't excessive. So it's really tight around the house, and we're sort of keeping this sort of gravelly look. Part of this was also sort of drought driven. We don't want to plant everything out. And this area that I just highlighted in red is sort of back of house. And so we're going to kind of leave that sort of graveled, and but there is some raised beds there also. And the lawn area, so I'll get to that with planting, but so that's kind of summing up the sort of hardscape changes. Unless Kristen, you can think of anything else, but I think that was pretty much it. So if we can go to the next sheet then. Hardscape details for fountain, various, fencing and etc. Irrigation plan, all drip except for the lawn area, of course. Irrigation details, planting plan, drought tolerant Mediterranean. We do have lawn activity space here. They have dogs, so we want to sort of enclose this area. We have a couple of fences and gates that will keep the dog in sort of the backyard. And of course, as you know, this area looks like a large lawn, but that pool is going to be coming in here like that. So that'll be reduced significantly. I eliminated the sort of palm garden, which was meant to be a foreground for the mountain view, which is very nice from this vantage point. And I was doing that because there's a lot of palms in the neighborhood, but so we kind of switched it over more to olive trees, lavender, rosemary, grevilleas, lantana, little ollies, and grasses and other succulents with the planting. That is about it for the planting and summation. And I think there's
Lighting, any landscape lighting, please?
Yep, that would be the last sheet, I believe.
Oh, I think these might be our electrical plans. If you go up, it was, I can tell you what sheet.
Would have
number.
been maybe 2 past the planting plan, I think. So back up a few more. Up. Yeah.
It is sheet L4, page 35.
Oh,
It'd be up. Yeah. There we go.
this one? Okay,
Yep.
thanks.
Okay, so we do have we're adding some trees in the back courtyard, so we want to just sort of have some little pendant lights, which is this guy and that guy, just little mini bullet lights. Beyond that, it's pretty much all path lights. I think we have one step light here because the deck steps down 6 inches. Same thing here, and the steps up in this location and down in this location. Otherwise, we're all path lights aside from the fountain lights in the courtyard in the back. And it's all FX spec. So that is about it.
Kristen, Chris, are you done, please?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I included again, like last time, the MEP drawings and structural, but there were no
Yeah,
comments on
see
those, so I
those
don't
right
know
now.
if we need to go through them.
Questions, Don?
No questions. Thank you.
Elida,
No questions.
Claire?
Um,
Claire,
I'm right. Oh, yeah, I'm here.
questions?
Are you proposing 3 hanging lights in each of these trees?
Yep. Yes, ma'am. I believe we did 2 of the mini little bullet lights and then 1 with the little holes in the side to give a little bit more, a little variation there.
Oh, got it. But they're the one or the other of those.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
So yes, 2 of those and 1 of these.
Bill, please.
Chimney cap detail, are you doing new chimney? You're doing a new fireplace, right? Do you have a chimney cap detail, and do you have handrail details for the back? Is there handrails coming off the back that are new?
There are no new handrails. We have a detail that is for a little bit of a screening element off the shower. That was included. I, as a portion of this, forgot to include the chimney cap details.
So
Can you
there's
quickly describe it?
There
to us,
is.
please?
Yeah, we are keeping it completely, we're putting a new kind of blackened flue cover in this case. We are going to keep it pretty minimal and expressive. If we go to there is an existing fireplace And we are matching kind of the angled, the tapered nature of the existing, plaster covered fireplace that's on the main elevation right here. You can see this one. So basically for both of these, what we're proposing is just a very simple steel look chimney cap flue cover. I would say it's kind of like the drum style.
Okay, so it'll be like a terracotta cap, sort of a black, and just a shroud around the spark arrestor?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
We would keep it very minimal, I would say. I feel like because the form is so expressive itself, I thought that kind of adding something more complicated up there wouldn't be conducive to the design.
Okay, that was all I had.
David,
No questions, John.
Chip,
No questions. Thank you.
and I have no questions. Public comment. Is there anybody here that would like to address the board on item number 7, 1515 Lingate Lane, please? Anybody?
There's nobody here. Thank you, John.
Okay, so we're on for final approval. They've already received preliminary. Don, comments, please.
Thank you. I continue to think this is a well-conceived, good project and good addition to the neighborhood.
And
Thank
can
you.
I hopefully not step on anyone's toes? Was that a motion for final, please?
Also move.
And is there a second, please?
I'll second.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion about that? Or are we all ready to rock and roll here?
Was everybody cool with the amount of downlights in the trees? I think he had
Okay,
3 in each of those. Is
Claire?
everybody good with those?
Yeah,
Claire?
what?
Downlights, are you okay with the downlights?
in the
Yeah,
trees?
yeah, I am. Given that building kind of,
It's a small space, so that works well.
Yeah, I thought it was okay too, and with the huge hedge to the south as well. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? We will see you in probably about a month for the modification. You're done with us here. Is there a motion for adjournment, please?
Don, if I could,
Wait, Kimberly wants to talk to us.
one housekeeping item.
Yep.
Can I get an action to rescind the motion on item C1?
I'd like to move to rescind the action of preliminary only that we granted at the early part of the meeting. Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
Is there any, so what we're going to be left with is a preliminary final. We're
Yeah.
getting rid of the preliminary only, okay?
Correct. That
So-
motion was already taken and passed.
Thank you very much, Kimberly. Is there any discussion on that, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, and motion for adjournment, please.
So move.
Is there a second, please?
I second.
Any discussion? Thank you all, long meeting. Sharon, we got done.
You got done.
Okay, talk to you guys later.
Thank you all.
Bye, everyone.
All those in favor, aye. I think we all said aye. Aye. Thanks,
We did.
guys. Bye.
Thank you, John.
Yeah,
Thank you, Johnny.
bye.